How about this? How about we do... Aha! This will be... No, that doesn't work. Why didn't... Okay, there we go. Aha! I fixed it, basically. Okay, is the volume working? Okay, volume is working. All right, true or worthy sacrifice. What's the other hand going to be doing? Only pure things, I'm sure. We doing Chaos Vi? No, no. No, we're going to do like a regular sort of just... I don't really play intricately when I play these games. I usually just grab a big weapon and then start smacking. And that's about it. That's how I handle problems. One thing to mention while we're doing this is I am going to try to do the thing I mentioned earlier with the sort of challenge stuff. So the way this works is we start off the game at 0, and every boss we kill, we get 1 point. Every death we have, we lose a point, and we're going to tally up the scores at the end of each game to see which one has truly been the one that is the most difficult. And then we're going to move on to Sekiro and Elden Ring with this same challenge. You spoil us. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that shit. I've played enough Elden Ring, and I don't care enough about Sekiro anymore to, like, continue. I'm a Dark Souls guy through and through, both 1, 2, and 3, and I will remain... I will go into the West and remain Vangeris, where I will just continue enjoying the Souls games that I like. One funny thing, while we're killing these guys, is I've been reading through Lord of the Rings for the first time. I've read The Hobbit several times, but I've been reading through Lord of the Rings, and I've had a good time reading it. I just finished Fellowship last night, and it's kind of interesting to read the books after seeing the movies. Come on, buddy. Come on, fatso. Do it. Do it! Aha! Gimme. Oh. Alright, so, for the challenge, we are at +1. The Lord of the Rings books are a tough read, but they're really good. It's weird after watching the films. I would agree. Like, it's there's a lot of parts in the books that I really love, right? Like, I really enjoy the description of the Nazgul and sort of the elements of the descriptions that Tolkien uses to describe scenery and stuff. I really enjoy that, but I think the pacing of the book is weird. Fellowship is anyway, because it's like there's sort of long spurts of time passing where it's like nothing kind of happens. It's one of those things that kind of sort of gets under my skin in a way where it's like I feel like we could have used, I'm of the mind of lean, mean, and to the point sort of storytelling. And Tolkien's definitely not that. He writes like a historian would, where it's like, it's like going over the lore of the area, of the individual at times, and giving context through those things, which is cool, right? Which is part of the reason why the world building in Lord of the Rings works so well, is because it feels like an actual historical account. But it's still one of those things where it's just like, the story kind of randomly stops just so we can have like lore. I definitely love Tom Bombadil. Yeah, I love him. I love the Rings of Power depiction as well. He is just a right cunt in that show. Oh man, I want to slap him in the show. I want to ignore him in the book. And I've also gotten to a point where I just started like skipping straight over like the song stuff in the books. I read the first like 10 of them and then I was like, okay, I want to get back to the story here. I'm just like, the songs are neat. I'm all for art and cultural stuff through song. I think it's cool. But there is a sort of a line when, a song goes on for like 16 stanzas. Let's see. What if Lord of the Rings got the Game of Thrones treatment? That ending was so bad the actors were in a state of disbelief. Yeah. Well, see, this is the one thing that you can give Tolkien that you can't give George R. R. Martin. At least Tolkien finished his fucking story. I mean, granted, they could have done a better job with the ending of Game of Thrones, but still. Doma when he realizes that Firelink Shrine was in Dark Souls 3's Ring City DLC. This game only knows how to nostalgia bait and reuse assets. Probably. It's funny when you realize The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings are basically the same story with extra padded things. Yeah. I mean, I think there's a decent argument to be made. Well, it's like it's essentially the same story of the ring going from A to B, but the whatchamacallit, not the stats, The, God, what's the word? I am blanking hard right now. The scale, that's the word. It's like the scale increases as the story goes on, right? Like when Bilbo finds the ring, it's just a magic ring, and they're just, you know, and they're trying to not get killed by a dragon, right? Which is pretty big stakes, but like still, it's like, yeah, it's like, you know, kind of not middling, but like lower tier stakes. And then when you get to Lord of the Rings, it's like talking about the end of the world and shit. You know, it's like, oh no, I look like an absolute doofus. Goober powers activates. Boo! It is really refreshing to come back and play these games again. Just to kind of clear my mind of Elden Ring's crap. I played a little bit of Dark Souls 2 as well. It was just like, man, it's nice not to have enemies that dodge all of your attacks and like combo crap you to death. And I kind of miss the simplicity of the Dark Souls trilogy by comparison to Elden Ring. Elden Ring made me hate NPC boss battles. Elden Ring made me hate most of the boss battles. Alright, let's see if we can aggro him away. I've tried grabbing the humanity several times in other runs and just led to issues. I do too, and I'm more of a modern Souls player. I get they needed to kind of update the combat system, but geez, man. Gideon the all-spamming PTSD intensifies. We might be a bit screwed here, because I don't really think I can get past him without dying. No, 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 no. Hey, it worked. And Garrus, I'm noticing you didn't insta-die on that cliff like Domo did multiple times. Yeah, it's weird when you don't you know, interact with a random glitch that seems to happen once every 1,000 playthroughs. It's weird. It's weird how that works. You introduced me to Black Knife Taish, and she immensely improves any run. Indeed. I mean, like, in terms of, like, the summons in Elden Ring, Black Knife Taish and Mimic Tear are probably the two best for different reasons. Right? Mimic Tear is just a great tool if you want to double up your build. And Taish is just fantastic with Destined Death and her agility. Like, those two things make a big difference. I haven't tried too many of the DLC summons, but that's mainly just because it takes so long to get those summons that you're better off just to ignore them, really. Flawless. Damn it. We didn't get it. Curse you, Andrew! I'm just going to tell you this now. Most of the DLC summons don't come close to Taish and Mimic. Yeah. Well, I imagine most of the summons from the DLC are just going to get AoE spammed, just because all the bosses in the DLC AoE spam. That seems to be the thing that, like, kills the summons the most in all the runs I did, was just Radahn constantly with his big combos and explosions, and all the other bosses' giant AoE moves that go on forever and damage the summons because they can't dodge. It's just too much. It's just too much shit. I was hoping for more expansive summons for the DLC, like, you know, giant crabs, a wolf guy similar to Blythe, exciting stuff. Yeah, that would have been cool. You know, like I'm all for more sort of like NPC summons, you know, like if you could essentially get like your friends, like you mentioned, you know, like having Blythe as a summon would be kind of cool. Were you glad Elden Ring Soat brought the sexy half human half monster back? Surprised DS3 didn't have one. Are you talking about what's the Scarlet bitch that rolls around that's not Melania? But yeah, it is nice. Like, I like some of the ideas behind the DLC bosses. It's just a lot of them are, you know, just a lot of them are overdone with just the AoE spamming. Ramina, yeah, that's it. It's one of those things where I definitely think that a lot of the bosses in Elden Ring and in the DLC as well, like, could have been done better. Like, I think there's a lot that you could do with those ideas. They just overcook them with just absurd damage. You know, just absurd damage, absurd combos, massive, like, ranged attacks where you can't do anything to them if you don't have a ranged weapon. There's a lot of just inherent shit that seems like it was done for spectacle as opposed for mechanical variety. Like, they all kind of fight the same when they all explode. They all have ridiculous combos, and they all have like crazy gimmicks where they're just extremely mobile, high damaging, and just explode all the time. It's just they all kind of fight the same. I was, but then I remembered I was playing Elden Ring as she proceeded to do a point-blank instant AoE. Oh, I hate that shit. I hated that shit with her. Yeah, they've been chasing Quelaag for The Sims, yeah. They just... any excuse to get a cutscene with tits in it. Hey, don't knock the half-waifu, half-insect babes. Kinda sad Vangelis won't ever see crying waifu from Sekiro. I could look it up. It's not quite the same, but yeah. Yeah, that was there to an extent in the base game, but at least you had glass cannons like Malekith to break the mold, yeah. Well, a big problem with Elden Ring I found is just there's, like, the bosses look amazing, but they fight in such tedious ways with just such extreme number crunching shit. You know, they deal crazy damage. They have crazy AoE moves, crazy combos, you know, just all kinds of shit, and it's like, give it a break. Give it a rest. DLC gives every boss high damage, high health, high damage reduction, high combos, a ranged move, great gap closers. Yeah, it's just every boss has the same problems in a way. This is one of those areas where the camera definitely can become a problem. But we did it. We're good. We're good. Damn it. We're not getting good night drops this time. Didn't get the sword. Didn't get the, Does anyone find it funny Ronnie has 4 arms? I never noticed in my original playthrough. She kind of just has 4 arms just to have 4 arms. It's kind of funny to think about. The more hands, the better. Many people would agree. Vangelis won't need drops. I got this Zweihander. I'm good. Won't need it. We're too good for the drops. Although they would certainly help. Unironically, though, the halberd, the Black Knight halberd, is probably the best weapon in the game. It's got very quick attack speed per its damage, and it's got a unique sort of like vertical slam. Not a vertical slam, but like a vertical attack that helps get around some of the tight space shit. Yeah, he's kicking ass right now. Well, I'm kicking ass in the early game, so keep that in mind. Gonna do Sif after Manus for the heartbreaking cutscene? Probably not. I usually play the game in sort of like a linear type of fashion. So like I'll do all the base game bosses except Gwyn, and then I'll do all the DLC stuff, and then come back and finish the game with Gwyn. That's usually how I play these games whenever I don't want to go for cutscenes or anything specific. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You were going to read the same message. You're getting old. I know. I'm about to enter middle age. Ah, I can't remember where I put my meds. Where'd we put the medicine last, honey? DS2 gave us twin blades. That is true. And the twin blades were really cool. Can't deal with getting old. I'm turning 35 this year. I know how you feel. I'm going to be 29 this year. So like I'm getting there. I've heard it's all downhill from 30. Especially when you don't do anything like I do. So this will be fun. Damn, I'm way younger than both of you. How old are you, sheep? Are you old enough to buy a beer? Or at least vote? Since we're not doing summoning, and I want you to stay alive, I won't talk to you. What's your favorite boss theme from each game? Ooh, that's a good question. Let's see. 20, so I don't think so. Oh, well. We're glad you're here, youngin'. Oh man, it's hard. It's hard for me to pick. For Dark Souls 2, ironically, it wouldn't be a boss theme. It'd probably be Majula. I really like the Majula musical piece. I kind of like the Fume Knights piece, so that might be the closest one to a boss that I would like. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm aiming. It's probably Fume Knight. Oh god. Look at how horrible we look. When I said I was black, I wasn't kidding. DS1 Bell Gargoyles, DS2, I don't know, DS3 Yorm the Giant. Oh, those are pretty good picks. For DS1, I have a hard time deciding whether I want to go with like Gwyn's piece is kind of iconic. That's insane. Most of those pieces are mid. You know one thing I've never liked about this shortcut is I don't like how this shortcut only works when you reach the bonfire. It's like this lever should be on the other side of this. I don't get why it's so hard to get through this. Dark Souls 1 Sif, Dark Souls 2 Skeleton Lords, and Dark Souls 3 Abyss Watchers, but Vort's second phase is close. Well, I mean, Vort's second phase gets to benefit from the fact that it's just a fantastic meme. So that definitely aids it. I really don't. I'm still kind of stumped. Dark Souls 3, I'd probably pick the Nameless King, like, for his piece. I really enjoy his piece a lot. I enjoy most of the pieces on that soundtrack. Yeah. I guess if I had to quickly just blurt some out, I'd probably say whenever I think of Dark Souls 1 soundtrack, I think of the Iron Golem theme. I really like the really fast string stuff playing in it. You know, that... Dark Souls 2, I'd probably go with Fume Knight if I had to pick a boss theme. And then Dark Souls 3, I'd probably go Nameless King. I like Frida's piece a lot. I think there's a lot of good stuff in her piece. Get crushed and flung. Yeah, fuck you. What if I can get you to... I like when you can get the bodies, like, stuck on you, and then when you roll, you can, like, ping them off into space. That's fun. Vort's after the meme bit, it is so amazing, but no one hears it because he dies so fast. Yeah. Woohoo! Die! Give me a good sword, please! Yes! Granted, that's my least favorite Black Knight weapon, but yes, it's a sword! Still remember you singing Vort's second phase in your commentary. It's the most Dark Souls phase 2 you could probably imagine. You know, it's just so over the top and fun. Yeah, it's my least used Black Knight weapon solely because I could just this Vi. It weighs less, has way less requirements. Yeah, it's also just it's one of those things where, like the super duper Black Knight sword is one of those weapons that hits really hard, but it's really slow by comparison to other weapons, and so you run into that issue of the speed of it doesn't match up well with the damage it does. Like it's just too slow. That's one reason why I like the halberd so much and why so many other people do is it's very fast by comparison to the other weapons. Here's one thing that might be fun talking about is if you had to pick one boss from each game to remake, which one would you pick and how would you remake it? Because I think my obvious pick for Dark Souls 1 would be Bed of Chaos. I would decrease the damage the limbs do. I would get rid of the floor crumbling. And I'd decrease the damage the attacks do overall. Not by too much, maybe like 30%. And get rid of the floor crumbling. And then after that, I'd probably leave it as is. Because I think the gimmick of it is good. It's just the implementation of the damage and the floor smacking are very problematic. Bed of Chaos, my god, that run back is so bad. Yeah, I feel like we'd all agree it'd be either Bed of Chaos or one of the bosses in that sort of section. There's a lot of great ideas there that are just kind of iffy. For Dark Souls 2, I'd actually pick Skeleton Lords. I like the idea of a boss... I don't mind multiple enemies in a boss fight. And I think it'd be kind of cool, actually, if we had a skeleton boss where killing the boss would... it's like you're fighting a giant skeleton, and then as you fight the giant skeleton... each phase, it sort of adds another skeleton to the mix. And that's the gimmick, right? It's as simple as that. You know, like you have a giant skeleton, and once he hits, like, a quarter of his health, a part of him falls off and becomes its own sort of skeleton. And then when you're fighting those ones, one of them also, like, falls apart and, like, coalesces into two skeletons. The fourth phase is the same thing with the other one that you have already been smacking around. I think that would be a fun way to introduce a gimmick into that fight where you retain the multiple enemies, but you also still have the challenge doesn't overwhelm you from the beginning. DS2 is tough, probably Old Iron King. That'd be pretty cool, actually. I know. If I had the budget, I would love to make a video game. Just pay somebody to do it. Yeah. I mean, I actually kind of like Old Iron King. I think he's pretty good. The only thing I would change about his fight is some of his hitboxes are a little wonky, and that one little patch of lava, like in the middle of the platform, I think is stupid. I think it just ruins the pacing of the fight when you have to keep that thing in mind. Hello, Andre. Let's learn your gesture. Hurrah. Herpader. Alright, so here's a couple things. Gonna need that. I'd get rid of that hole in his arena. It's literally the only thing he kills you. Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree. Just that the rest of it you can kind of deal with, right? Because it's like on a platform. That little hole fucks up so much. Got to get the important stuff. Neither of us want to see you go hollow. Unless you want to see yourself go hollow, in which case, I'm sorry. Alright, we should check. Alright, we've got a good bit of humanity here, so let's pop 2 here. Kindle this bad boy. If I had to rejig a fight from Dark Souls 3, I think I would probably rejig Yorm's fight, because I think it's probably the worst one in terms of how the gimmick works. And I'd change it where you get the Storm Ruler outside his arena, and it takes off less health. Because it doing like a fifth of his health, and the weapon being right next to him in the arena, and you having to try to equip the weapon in the arena is just... That's too much stuff that's just not good. It's just... like, the difficulty comes less from utilizing the gimmick versus getting the gimmick set up. It's not even sneaky either. It literally screams, "Hello, I'm a dev, and I really want you to insta-die by getting knocked into this hole." Yeah. DSD, I'd redo the Deacons. They're pretty poor if you have a good weapon. I think the Deacons kind of works. I disagree on that. I think the Deacons works. I think they do have a little bit of a problem, though, with kind of swarming you to death and stun locking you. I feel like it'd be more of a thing where you change the AI as opposed to changing the fight. Kind of a thing. But I can definitely see why you would have criticisms of that fight. Like, that fight really does depend on what weapons you're using. I have a challenge for you, Andrew. Try doing Deacons with magic. They're like the hardest boss in the game. Yeah. It's pretty funny the Storm Ruler equivalent in Elden Ring is a good weapon. Yeah. I mean, that's better than Yorm in terms of the way the weapon works, but I still think Rykard overall is a gimmick that's just annoying. Especially in Phase 2. Like, there are several attacks of his that I still, to this day, after beating him several times, I don't know how you're supposed to dodge some of those attacks. I've tried jumping, rolling through them, rolling into them, rolling away from them, running away from them. I got no idea how you're supposed to actually dodge some of that shit. That Phase 2 Mega AoE Great Geyser Hazard spam is so cancer. How does anyone have fun with that? I know, man. The tracking skulls while he's charging up a giant move. It's like, dude, you need to let players breathe. You know? I also just think he has too much health in general, like just per the gimmick. Like Yorm has too little health and Rykard has too much health. On top of like 2 phases of that shit, of just big AoE shit. Oh look, it's a gank in DS1, except the enemies aren't overwhelming when grouped together. Yeah, it's one tough enemy supplementing a bunch of little enemies, not a bunch of evenly matched enemies just spamming you. Alright. I have opened said door. Let's begin. There we go. Champion Gundar is underrated if you don't parry him. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the way Champion Gundar works. I like how he's a more aggressive version of Eudix Gundar, but without the snake spasms. I like him a lot more than I do the base Gundar. Phase 1 Gundar is, like, effective. Like, he's good. He's solid. Phase 2 is where it gets kind of like, eh. You run into that Bloodborne problem of just having massive enemies that just slap around. Ah, the joys of pancaking. Yeah, remember the old days when you could pancake freely? I feel like Loudtrek's canon death is being kicked off Firelink. Bring it on, Fox Nugget. Bring it on, Fox Nugget. Alright. Eudix is boring to the point we joke about whether his name is Eudix or Iudix. Yeah. So I'll go for Eudix. Jesus Christ! Smacking the shit out of them gargoyles. Feel the power of Gwyn coursing through my pecker as I slap you with it. Since we're gaming right now, have you guys ever seen Crime Boss, Rockay City? That game? It's sort of like a Payday-esque type of, like, gangster loot 'em up type of game. I've been playing a shit ton of it, and a lot of footage is going to come out on the gaming channel for that. I've been playing the crap out of Crime Boss just because I really enjoy playing it. It's a little rusty around the edges, not rusty, or rough around the edges, but it's a lot of fun, and it is crossplay. I think I don't know if it's on PlayStation, but I know it's on Xbox and PC So that could be a fun thing we could all potentially play together if we all have it. And it's not that expensive, I think. I think it's 20 bucks on Steam. And I've got all the DLC, so if you guys... Whoa, he reset. Hello. You're already on the second bell, LeMayo. Yep. You done the gargoyles like Trump did the Ukraine president yesterday. Yeah. There was the greatest SmackDown in American history. He simply could not handle the T-Man. I'll give it a look-see. It could be fun. Yeah. It's a fun game. I like playing it a lot. It's just haven't got a lot of friends that want to play it because they hate me. All right. I'm kind of debating if I want to go for the Black Knight Greatsword at all or if I just want to stick with this Vihander. The Black Knight weapons are really strong, but there's no infusion aspect to them, so I can't, like, upgrade them with, like, resin, I find. I don't know. Maybe we'll upgrade Vihander and keep the Black Knight Greatsword until we can wield the Black Knight Greatsword. We'll see what happens. We shall see what happens. What was the game again? Crime Boss, Rockay City. I think it's Rockay. Yeah, that. Sheep is correct. Follow the sheep. I just now realized I ran up here to upgrade my weapon when I could have done it down there with Andre. Tiny brain moment. I've been working on a story for a long time, and I've shown my brother and best friend bits and pieces of it. And it's this weird thing where my brother said, hey, it sounds kind of like Berserk. And it's like, that would kind of make sense in a way, because I know Berserk inspired the Dark Souls trilogy, or just From Software stuff in general. And so it's that weird thing of, I'm inspired by things that were inspired by something else. So we end up creating similar things at times. Look, Dark Souls doing an ambush that you can tell if you pay attention. I killed a lizard snake thing. Also, it's not good when the ambush makes no sense and it's based on positioning rather than realistic common sense. What? Ambushes with context make sense? What is this madness? You must be a Dark Souls 1 fanboy. Ancient magic. It's good against magic. It's like, yeah, this shield's really good against the boss up ahead. By the way, it requires 38 strength. This is the problem when you do gimmick fights, is sometimes they can be very restrictive depending entirely on, you know, like, what build you're running with. Frickin' laser beam! Soul of the moonlight butterfly. And we're in, what, +4 now territory, I think? Yeah, because we killed Asylum Demon, Gargoyles, Taurus, and this one. So we're +4. +4! Look at all that shit. And Garrus, you know you're supposed to die to spice it up, right? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I might continue failing then. I'll die eventually at some point. DS3 the Fugs? Oh, Fume Ultra Greatsword. I was blanking hard and I was like, what? The Fume Ultra Greatsword is pretty rad. It's kind of a shame that you can only, like, use it, like, 5 times with max stamina. Like, with the soft cap, you're at, like, 4. Actually, that's the thing, Andrew, were you saying, do you want me to use the Fume Ultra Greatsword in Dark Souls 3? Because I can. That's the only case where we might actually have to farm a little bit, because that's a hefty requirement to use that sword. You know, by the time you can get it in Catacombs, you basically have to dedicate all of your levels to strength to get to that thing. That means having to fight that asshole in Demon Ruins. Yeah, well, we can do it. We can do it if you really want to. Just know that, might run into some issues. Then again, I could do my best just to farm things and just not use the weapon until we can actually use it. One thing I kind of like about Dark Souls 1 that the other games don't really have is that sort of, like the overclocking of the Estus the more you get into New Game Plus. I always found that to be a cool sort of mechanic, how you can't fully upgrade your flask in a single playthrough as far as I can tell. Like, you have to go into New Game Plus to fully upgrade it to the +7 variant. I always found that to be kind of a neat little New Game Plus thing that Dark Souls 1 did that the other ones don't really do. You know, like, you can fully upgrade your flasks in the other games within a single new game. You don't have to go into New Game Plus for anything. What is your least favorite area pre-Anne Orlando? Least favorite? Probably depths. I really don't like the depths. It's kind of a mess, actually. Like it's an area that makes sense in terms of where it is and the way it works, right? Like it's one of those things that logically makes sense for where it is and what it's supposed to be. You know, in terms of being underneath the city, it's where all the crap goes, and then it leads from there to Blighttown. That makes sense. But at the same time, just the level is a hassle to get through, and it's very annoying to go through, right, with all the different looping passageways, all the holes leading to different places. It's an area that has significant sort of issues. Definitely the depths. Yep, the depths, man. Getting cursed down there adds a guaranteed 20 minutes of extra game time trying to get it undone. Yeah. Joys of DS1, you need Firekeepers. But it's like you could still use Firekeepers game. Like, games in the future. You can still use them. They are incredibly helpful. Just don't make us level up at them. It was dumb. And Garrus, you're amazing, but I'm not sure if you're beating Stray Demon this early. You'd be surprised. Yep, there's a death. Alright, we're down to +3 now. There's our first death getting hit by Stray Demon. So there's your death, sheep. We shook it up. And Garrus, stop it! Stop it! I think about it, if I had dropped down and just healed immediately, I probably would have survived. Ball ahead, butthole! I was hoping you'd be less good at the game, Your Highness. You made dying more of a delicacy than a guarantee. Dying's like a little cherry on top of the actual cake. It's a little bit of added flavor to the run. Fun fact, this is actually the first run I've ever used the Zweihander. At least as far as I can remember. I don't remember ever using the Zweihander in any previous run of the game. Damn it. Just did not drop any of the weapons I want. I got a shield and the super slow greatsword. Boo. Boo, Dark Souls 1, boo. Come to think of it, I kind of want to go down to Blighttown now. Just to skip the depths and come back to it later. Should we skip the depths now, or should we make our way down there now before we go to Blighttown? Like, should we take the normal route or the roundabout route? I feel like you're going to say normal route just so I can suffer, so... I'm watching you. I'm watching you, chat. Hee hee hee, normal route. Normal route it shall be. Skip the depths, it's BS. Okay, we're half and half, so... Let's play a game, alright? In order to decide whether we go down to the depths now or later... I want both of you to guess a number between 1 and 10. Whoever's closer, we go that route. Well, sheep won. The number was 7. So we're going down the normal route, but first I want to kill this dragon. You know, one weird thing about the Valley of Drakes is that it's not really a valley. It's more like a ravine. It's like a ravine of drakes. Man, look at that. Capra died in almost 2 hits. Come on, Capra, lock in! No. No. Lock it in, yay! This is the one problem with this, is we don't really get hyper armor when using these hefty weapons like you do in the other games. That's one thing that I do kind of like about the later games, is that you can sort of poise through stuff when you've got a big weapon swinging. And it kind of makes sense. It's like the momentum should not stop just because, you know, a giant sword wielder was poked by a dagger while the sword was in motion. Amazon delivery service of just rats. Buy one rat, get one free. Oh wait, there's so much more. This is one thing I don't like about Dark Souls 1 is the items that drop and the way they drop. It's like sometimes the item gets stuck in the enemy body and the enemy body reacts to you physically moving it. This is the weird thing, I probably won't use Titanite shards that much, except maybe to upgrade the shield I'm using. Because if this weapon's working out pretty fine, so I might just keep using this. You're OP, I don't see any glass, only the cannon. Yeah! My chat is showing. I mean, this is the fun part about these games, is like once you have like a knowledge of what you're doing, then you can just have fun with the game. Like, the difficulty comes down to skill as opposed to a lack of knowledge. That's part of the fun of games that revolve around skill rather than just knowledge. Now, this is one of the fights that I would actually say is probably one of the first real challenging fights, just because it's a massive enemy. Its moveset's very unique. Has a very deadly grab. I feel like this is one of those bosses that's like an actual, like, choke point in order to get through it. Gaping Dragon is our last line of defense. Well, good luck to you. A fine dark soul to you. Nice. This is the best part, too. I don't even know where the soul catching ring is. I got no idea. I always forget where it is. This is one thing I will give Dark Souls 2 as well. They let you pop stuff in the menu without kicking you out of the menu. After only ever going through Blighttown with the Master Key path, I tried doing it this way again after so long, and man, the rage. Yeah, this area is very hit or miss. Like, you really got to be careful in this area. You know, like, falling down into that pit of basilisks basically screws up the entire, like, run of going through this area. You know, and you basically get screwed from that point on. If you don't fall in there, however, it's not actually that hard. What does the toxic status do? Can you show us? I know what you're playing at. Toxic is just super poison. That's all it is. And that's all you need to know. Capiche? Doing the hand gesture. It's kind of funny how Dark Souls 1 had like regular poison, which was slow but long-lasting, and then it had toxic, which was fast and long-lasting, like, damage. And then you get just poison being overpowered in general in Dark Souls 2. You're not giving the dogs a chance to show off their abilities. I know. Because fuck them. Foot. Domo Jr. over here using a bow. You see, you just have to use the most niche way to deal with the enemies. If this were Dark Souls 2, he would have an explosive pot near him that you could shoot, and when you blow that up, an enemy would fall down, and he would run towards the boss and kill it for you, and then come attack you because it realizes you are the greater threat, because it's a living entity in a breathing world. Leave me be. Stupid bugs. And like that, she was smacked like a bitch. Remember that bosses you have to be aware of your surroundings. Look at that, Quelaag. Smacked up. So what are we at now? 7 plus 7, I think. You're doing all the bosses. Yep, we're gonna kill every single one. Even if it's optional. Gonna kill all the bosses, whether they deserve it or not. I mean, this is not going to be fun for DS2. I hope you won't be doing Frigid Outskirts. We're doing it all. We are doing it all. The lock-on in this area sucks. It's like the range is nowhere near where it should be. You know, now that I think about it, instead of doing like the tally system every time we encounter a boss, we should just probably keep track of the death counter, and then however many bosses of the game, subtract the death counter from it, and that's our score. I don't know why I didn't think about that earlier. That's a way better system. Just keep track of deaths. I kind of miss the smith box. I kind of miss it. It's sort of barely useful, like in sort of like a very minor sort of way, but I still like that it's a thing. Alright, that's looking good. I can upgrade this is one thing I like about Dark Souls 1 is that you use the embers to sort of upgrade them to the next tier, but then you can upgrade each of them individually at the bonfire later on. I wish it carried over into New Game Plus, but you have to get all of it again. Yeah, that's one thing. That's one thing that I'm glad about Elden Ring is that all your unlocks stay in New Game Plus. That is a godsend. That like they let you keep shit like that you unlocked. Chuck it, buddy. Chuck it. Chuck the balls. We're gamers. We love to play with balls. Combat here is a little scuffed. It's very weird. I love how your character moaned right after you said that. Oh. Some of the moaning in these games gets a little weird. Just like, full stop. Gale's moaning really gets me. Gale's moaning is the worst. Definitely not something you'd want someone to peek in and hear. Yeah. It's like that joke where it's like the game when your parents aren't there, you know, fighting this epic boss and all these crazy ways. You know, the game when your parents are in, it's just the moaning. It's just all the moaning. Slave Knight Moaner. Hey, he dropped 2. I've actually never seen that in this game. That's neat. I've never seen an enemy drop multiple types of Titanite at the same time. Look at all the balls! Let's break some balls! Man, look at this bitch. Yeah. What's her character name? McDingus. McDingus is a very fitting name for, you know, someone who can just destroy all these bosses. It was the second Lord of Cinder, McDingus. To be fair, that boss is very abusable with heavy weapons just because he will get stun locked. He is one of the few ones that's extremely susceptible to the type of shit that I do. This is one of those things where the guidance, I think, does become a bit of a problem because you don't expect to be able to walk on things that look this angular, right? You have to wonder how much these guys are being paid to stand on rafters where one wrong step means death. Yeah. They must have really good benefits. Boob ahead. Oh, also, sheep. Since we pretty much have to die to Seath in this run, are we going to count that run in order to, like mandatory deaths? I think are kind of up in the air in terms of should we count them or not. How do you feel? I wouldn't count it. You have to die, so I'd count it as more of an extra load screen than an actual death. Yeah, I figured it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, probably shouldn't count times where you're supposed to die. Taking additional damage will help make the toxic effect long. Garrus, please consider taking more damage. Did you know that if you die, toxic goes away? Wow, look at that. Well, we're up to 2 deaths now. And of course it's little shits that end up killing me. We're gonna fat roll for the win. We're gonna fat roll for the win. We're gonna fat roll for the win. We're gonna fat roll. There's one thing I will give this area. There are a fuck ton of souls in this area. Just tons of them just laying around everywhere. Oh, damn. I didn't realize her bleed damage do that much. Shit. Dark Souls retrospective. Ah, soundtrack. 3rd death. I actually died to a boss this time. I actually died to a boss. Sorry, Priscilla. You're on the list. I'm sorry. There's no way around it. You're just on the list of bosses to kill. Can you stop running away, please? You cunt! Stop rolling away! Fucking shit! Jesus Christ, man. I couldn't hit him and he killed me. Fucking shit. Archers, you're at last line of defense. Lock in. It's not the archers that'll give me a problem. It's those fuckers. Keep running away from me. You're unkillable, untouchable, unbeatable, unbreakable. Gwyn has no idea who's coming after his power. Damn it. As soon as that thing connected, I was like, fuck, I'm gonna die. Ooh, that was frame tight. Holy shit. Oh, we did it. Haha. Try number 2. Maximus Boobus. I love how they bothered to, like, animate the breasts, too. Thank you for the Lord Vessel, Mistress Boobus. But I'm sorry to say... Oh, I had a really good joke lined up, damn it. No, my weapon's not on there. Here we go. Anyway, yeah, you're fake. Fake boobs! No, they were glorious fake booba. They may have been glorious, but they were not real. A lie remains a lie. It's over, fanboy! Yeah. How do you get the dragon tooth again? Do you just kill Havel? No. You get his entire set from that hidden room in Anor Londo. You get all of his armor, his shield, and his tooth. Or the tooth he uses as a weapon. Yeah, they give him. Yeah, they give you the entire arsenal in one room. It's kind of crazy, and I feel like the only thing you don't get from that is his ring, which I always found kind of weird. How the NPC drops the ring, but not the set that he is literally wearing. It's very strange. It's very weird that our character doesn't just loot everything off a corpse. He'll grab it when the game decides he should. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. It's one of those things that I was having problems with a friend. We were playing like a World of Warcraft offshoot, and it's one of those things where just because things don't spawn consistently, sometimes you run into that issue of, oh, I guess the game just isn't going to give me this obvious thing this enemy should have. You know, it's like kill horses to grab their hooves, and then you kill 5 horses and only one of them drops a single hoof. It's like, game, they're fucking horses. They each have 4 hooves. It's like, come on. It sort of breaks the atmosphere of the game when it's like, this enemy should obviously have this thing. Right? Like, just let me have this thing, game. Come on. It's kind of funny how big that sword is. Is like, did Artorias' sword grow over time or something? Sorry, good boy. Sorry. I know, it hurts. It hurts me too. Humanity was the best system, God. Just so much good shit they had revolving around the bonfire. I know. Bonfire in Dark Souls 1 is best checkpoint. I'm trying to make y'all happy while also not going insane myself. What is the concept of this run? Just a tank build? We started going for a glass cannon build. With the only Black Knight weapon that dropped was this weapon. And then we just started putting on heavier and heavier armor until we just said fuck it, and then I put on this armor, and now here we are. We're essentially doing a hefty cannon build, if that makes sense. Dark Souls 1 has always been my favorite game of all time. Fun fact: I have a tattoo of the Moonlight Butterfly directly on your spine. That's a cool place to put a tattoo like that. I hope it's all ribby. One thing I've always found funny about New Londo is how you can bypass large percentages of the level just by knowing a couple of quick checkpoints. I've always heard that Miyazaki himself said the Bed of Chaos didn't turn out how they intended, but I've never been able to find a legit source for that supposed quote. Yeah, I don't know. Miyazaki likes us to suffer, so people I think lump in Bed of Chaos as, oh yeah, they obviously intended to troll us with that one. And it's like, I don't know. There's a remarkable amount of like fairness in a lot of these other like Lord Soul fights. Just that one just seems weird to me. I always find it sad how they knew it was bad enough to give us checkpoints, but not enough to give us a closer bonfire. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Are you done reacting to other Souls analysis? I imagine you're burnt out on it, considering it as well as you did for live streams last year. I mean, I'm not fully out of reacting to them in a way. It's just we reacted to a crap ton of a few people, so it kind of burnt me out of doing different things. But I definitely do want to break from Souls content. I don't want to do Souls content all the time. It gets kind of mind-numbing after a while. You know, I enjoy playing the games, don't get me wrong. I'm having fun during this. But it is one of those things where I'm like, I don't really know if I want to react to that stuff anymore. I might want to react to other stuff. I think Dark Souls 2 is a good game, that it is a bit overhated, but I also acknowledge it is absolutely the weakest of the Souls series and that it has major issues. That's basically where we're at. Is, you know, Dark Souls 2 is a good game, but it's a bad Souls game. It's the worst Souls game. I mean, I still love playing it, and I'm going to be playing it next after this. Probably next Saturday, because I'm done with the Domo shit, man. There's only so much brain rot we can take. And then motherfucker goes and drops a 2-hour video after we already had, like, 5 hours dealing with his shit, and I'm just like, I can't deal with this. I'm retiring Domo. We're moving on. Also, this is more subjective, but I'd replay Dark Souls 2 any day over Demon Souls. I played through the PS5 remake a couple years ago, and I find that the game has aged poorly in many ways. Yeah, that's one thing. I like Demon Souls, but playing it on console is so hard for me just because I'm so detached from console playing at this point. Like, I can't really get good at it. You know, I've gotten up to False King Allant, but that's one of those fights where you actually have to be good at the controls to, like, properly beat it. And I'm just not good with PlayStation controls anymore. I never tried the remake. That's where I was too. The over hate is bad, but man, it feels like over defending is worse. Just the over everything is annoying across the board. It's also one of those funny things where people think that defending Dark Souls 2 means you have to attack all the other games for having similar problems to Dark Souls 2 instead of pointing out how Dark Souls 2 does those worse in certain ways. It's like Dark Souls 2 has bad hitboxes. Yeah, look, we found a couple bad hitboxes in Dark Souls 1 and 3. It's like that's not a defense of Dark Souls 2. You're just showing that hitboxes are an issue. I swear every defense of Dark Souls 2 has at least 5 instances of dragging DS1 through the mud or trashing players for liking DS1. Yeah. A lot of the most common complaints we've found are just that people cry, you haven't gotten good. Like a lot of the defenses for Dark Souls 2 have boiled down to, like, get good. All the games do this. And you're just a Dark Souls 1 fanboy. And when your best arguments are just attacking people, that's when you know you don't have a real argument. At that point, you're just, like, trying to piss on people rather than change their minds or prove a point. It was like when Domo kept saying foot in his series when somebody would get tagged in the middle of a roll or at the very end of a roll. You know, you're just being a dick for no reason. My biggest issue with Dark Souls 2 is its quantity over quality boss design. FromSoft should be embarrassed that they made Covetous Demon, or as I like to call him, Jabba the Hutt. There are a lot of bosses in Dark Souls 2 that are just lackluster as fuck. The problem is that you could make, like, if you... Like, this is one thing that I've always brought up when it comes to Dark Souls 2, is, like, imagine the Dark Souls 2 content, but made by the A-Team with enough time to properly flesh out all the bosses, right? Like, imagine if Covetous Demon, you know, like, was made differently and made more interesting, right? Just via something, you know? Whether it be, like, he throws up little, like, larvae that come after you or something, and maybe if you cut off bits of him, they just, you know, they break into little pieces that attack you or something, or, you know, you could do something. You know, you could do something about it. Just, they don't want to, because they just don't care. Elden Ring kind of shows that they're going to lazily copy assets over and over, so we're kind of in a realm where now both A and B teams are kind of fucking up. And it's like, no. One thing I've kind of have mixed feelings about is the mandatory dragon deaths in this game, where you have to die to Seath here before you can defeat him later on. Yeah, you have to die to Calamite before you can defeat him as well. It's one of those things that I think is an interesting consistency between the different games, or the different dragon bosses in Dark Souls 1, but it's also really annoying that you have to die to them before you can fight them. You know, it's one of those things that just feels like a waste of time. I do wonder how DS2 would have turned out if they were able to go through with their original vision and not have to scrap and restart midway through development. Yeah, well, that's one thing. I don't know why they would have to restart midway through the development, right? That just, like, I don't know what makes that happen. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of the overall process. I don't get what triggers the sort of, like, perspective of, hey, we need to revamp this project. I mean, if you're making it and it's just turning out completely wrong, that's one thing. But that's, like, I don't know. I guess I just don't understand what causes an entire development of a major game to just shift. You know what's funny? The only reason that we've decided to go with this version of this build, where we just have the heaviest weapon possible, and then we have heavy armor on top of it, is because I kept trying to use the heavy weapon and then getting stun locked out of hitting people. So this build is a result of just being annoyed that our glass cannon wasn't cannony enough. So we ended up making a tank cannon, I guess you would call this. I do applaud DS2 for having original ideas and trying new concepts out. I love DS3, but I feel like that game relied too heavily on nostalgia for Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1. I kind of see where you're coming on both of those points, but I do think that... I think part of the problem with Dark Souls 3 is kind of related to Dark Souls 2 in a way, where, you know... It's like Dark Souls 2 had a lot of interesting ideas that would have been cool to, like, see developed, but they didn't develop them very well in Dark Souls 2, and then Dark Souls 3 didn't develop them any farther, you know, so it's that thing where Dark Souls 2 introduced ideas very poorly, and then Dark Souls 2 introduced ideas very poorly, and then Dark Souls 3 didn't do anything with them based on the heavy player pushback against Dark Souls 2. You know what I mean? So it's sort of like a problem between the sequels, you know, where both of them have some faults to be had. But at the same time, I do kind of appreciate both of them experimenting with different things. Like Dark Souls 2 experimenting with like life gems and things could have been a cool sort of way to keep the game moving forward. Kind of like how Bloodborne has blood vials in the world to find. But it's also a thing where, you know, just there's a lot of ideas in Dark Souls 2 that would have been cool if fleshed out and properly balanced. But there's a lot of shit in the game that's just not, and that's sort of the biggest issue. So many things in DS3 are just blatantly carried over from DS1 all the way to having the hub area be called Firelink Shrine again. Domo would not like you, Arbiter. Lol. Yeah. I mean, I think there's a certain element of nostalgia that you should play on in a sequel. You know, like I don't think sequels should be completely detached from each other. But at the same time, it is kind of weird. The series is sort of weird because of the way it's been handled. You know, like Dark Souls 2 very much functions as sort of a standalone sequel with like little hints and references to what came before if you kind of know. But Dark Souls 3 references both of them, but primarily Dark Souls 1, and it's a weird trilogy because Dark Souls 1 is sort of the bedrock of the universe of Dark Souls, whereas Dark Souls 3 is the end of the universe, and Dark Souls 2 is just a random occurrence that happens in the middle, right? Like nothing in Dark Souls 2 really matters ultimately within the confines of the trilogy as a whole. And that's sort of the problem with the trilogy, is that the first one sets up the universe and explains how the systems work in it. The third one wraps up the systems and says how the systems are leading to the ultimate destruction of the world. And then Dark Souls 2 is just kind of in the middle doing like, yeah, blink the fire or not. Yeah, that's what we do here. You know, it's a weird sort of... It's a weird sort of sequel that doesn't really do any... It doesn't progress anything in the world that happens in Dark Souls 3. In terms of like the lore and stuff. And yes, I get there are lore reasons for a lot of stuff being carried over, but it still feels lazy at points. I think it is lazy. Like, and my thing is, if you were going to do a nostalgia thing for Dark Souls 1, I think there should be a certain level of Dark Souls 2 stuff in there as well. Just for the sake of fairness, more than anything. I hate this section so much. It's one of those things where I hate the enemies here. I don't actually dislike the gimmick. I kind of like the gimmick. I think it's a neat gimmick. Oh, triple! Sweet! Fuck yeah. Gonna get tons of twinkly shit. No, that's not gay. Damn it, man. This is one reason why I don't like Seath as much as the other bosses, just because he spams that crystal shit all over the place. So you're either dealing with this shit, right, or you have to, like, deal with other crap. I always thought that the soundtrack for Seath's boss sucks. And that's coming from someone who loves the game's OST. It's really not that great. Like, I wouldn't call it, like, bad, but by the standard of the rest of the soundtrack, it is kind of mid. I'd agree with you there on the hub music for all the games, I think, is really good and atmospheric. Die, you stupid crystalline cursed fuck. That reminds me, nice to know that us killing him here does nothing because in DS2 he's Freya, right? I did not know that. Is that really true? Oh, yeah. I think so. Gotta ask Fingaris, but I might... Yeah, it's like they have a direct reference to... They have a direct reference to Seath with some of the stuff around Freya, which is very odd, to put it simply. That's right. Fall down. Get rid of the lava. Well, the goal is to try to play through the Dark Souls trilogy with the same type of build. I don't know if we're going to continue that. I guess we'll see how it goes. I kind of like how they put not ceaseless discharge. I like how they put the centipede demon just chilling there. Just like you could totally miss it if you weren't paying attention. Look at this weakling. Utter garbage. This is one of those things, right, where You can really tell which bosses are giving me trouble because it's the ones that have some weird gimmick to them or some weird extra aspect other than like boss health and boss damage. You know? Like the Four Kings, we just nuked them. Just absolutely destroyed them. Seath with his curse killed me. Bed of Chaos probably going to drop me on the floor. Nito will probably be a joke just because shield and smack when available. No cheese for this Bed of Chaos, yeah. There's another death. Oh, there's another death. It figures that this would be the thing that kills me more than once. I was looking that way. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Holy shit. What match did he drop? Of course he dropped the one I wanted, but we're not committing to that. We're committing to Havel. Except here. Here we need a little help. Do you want a piece of me? I don't think you do. Oh, there's the halberd. After the entire run, we get like one of the weapons that we would have loved to use. Wow. Always baffled me that they stuck the Silver Serpent Ring in Tomb of the Giants. Yeah, it's one of those weird, like, why did you place it so late in the game? Come on, Nito, what are you doing? Just waiting for Fatso to get over here. Get over here, you lard ass. Fuck you! Go down, dead boy. He's probably making some Milfanito back there. He probably is. He's cooking them up. It's like, yeah, need me some Milfanito. DLC is really short when you know where to go. Yeah, that's true. It's true. It's pretty well paced, though, all things considered. You start off immediately with a boss, then you get an area, then you get another boss, then you get another area, and then 2 bosses unlocked by the end of those. Really wish you didn't have to do the DLC to get Dark Orb and Dark Hail. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, yeah, they're super strong abilities, but at the same time, it's like they are, like, probably a little too strong. And it is nice that the DLC adds, you know, new content to the game apart from just new enemies and bosses. You know, so I'm kind of okay with them being where they are. I think at what point you can unlock them could be debated in terms of all the requirements to actually get to the DLC, but it is one of those things where, like, given how unique and strong they are and the fact that they're attached to the DLC to add content through the DLC, I think it's kind of okay. This build is OP. Still baffles me how the first person to get to the DLC ever figured it out. It's so convoluted. Yeah. I imagine it's one of those things where you saw something new, interacted with it, and then eventually you noticed the portal appearing. Like, it's got to be one of those really weird, unnatural sort of like things. Sanctuary Guardians, your most hated boss in Dark Souls 1. That's an interesting take. I would have figured Bed of Chaos would have been. Or like Capra or something. Why is that, Andrew? I'm curious. Already I wasn't gone for 2 fucking minutes and Sanctuary Guardian is dead. Yeah, as it should be. As it should be. Bed of Chaos is a gimmick I can deal with. Capra is probably most hated vanilla boss. I'm just not good at Sanctuary fight. I mean, there are some pros and cons to the Sanctuary fight that I can sort of like see why you'd like it or dislike it, so. Alright, well there's Artorias. We were just blitzing these guys. I love how the next... Yeah, okay, yeah. But yeah, if we have like a stream where we need to like overlap a little bit, I'm fine with just ending one stream, or ending one game in a stream and starting the next game in that same stream. I'm fine doing that. I think it would work fine. I don't really have a problem with it one way or the other. Holy shit, man. I didn't think you'd just fire and fire and fire and fire and fire and fire that far. Jesus. 10 deaths. One because Chester was sniping at me from 10 miles away. Havel Great Shield OP. Havel Great Shield the best. This is silly. You're gonna do DS1 in one stream after abruptly deciding to play it. Hey man, that's just the way things are sometimes. Sometimes you just feel like it. This is one of those moments. 10 deaths it is, then for DS1. Basically, I mean, unless Calamite kills me, he has the biggest chance of killing me at this point. One thing that will affect this as well is I've got to go talk to Go, then go down, get killed by Calamite, then come back up here. So it's gonna be interesting to sort of set this up. I love how this is sort of unintentionally set the record for the longest ESAS, and we just played Dark Souls and that's it. Calamite doesn't need to kill you, you just need to take damage from him. Oh really, I just need to take damage from him? Funny how many people get that wrong. I guess it's one of those things where when he damages you, I mean, that's basically enough to kill most people, so I guess I can see the overlap. I love how he just comes out of the mountain here. It's like, okay. Ah, this is true. I don't have to die. Thank you for the tip, Andrew. It helps. Sheep's gonna be sad about all this. Yeah, I guess he tuned out right as the DLC sort of started, and he's just intermittently coming back in, just being like, you already killed this, and you already killed this, and you already killed this, and it's like, yes. We've been working. Come hither, Calamite. Today we do battle. Damn it, man. I don't know why I did an extra roll. Fuck. Damn it, man. 11 deaths. Calamite did it. He did it. He managed to do it. I don't know why I rolled an extra time there at the end. I was trying to recover from the thing, and then I guess I tapped too much. No. We basically beat Calamite as well. Just like had like one little smidge of a bar left. There we go. Another dragon down. All 26 bosses in one stream. Good game, sir. Thank you. I don't think we'll be able to do Dark Souls 2 in the same speed, no matter how good I get at the game. I don't think we're going to be able to do that, but we can break it up. No chance it's going to be a 3 stream, I guess. I really don't know. I would imagine 2 streams, right? If we can do the entirety of Dark Souls 1 in one stream, then we can do the entirety of Dark Souls 2 in another. Or not the entirety of Dark Souls 2, but the entirety of Dark Souls 2 in at least 2 streams. Dark Souls 3 might be a little bit of an outlier, so I'm not sure how long Dark Souls 3 will be. Kind of depends. Why won't you be able to do it at the same speed? There's too many bosses. There's like 1 billion bosses to go through. And also we have to warp back and forth between everywhere to do things, and that just takes a long time to unlock shit. Whereas this, we were kind of constantly running around doing stuff. But yeah, that's Gwyn. We did it! We did it. Parried him into oblivion. Round 2. Indeed, Andrew. Indeed. I want to wait for Sheep to get here just so we can talk about something, because I kind of want both of your perspectives on this, Andrew. Okay, I'm just going to call him Mick Derpy Twat, just because I can't think of a better name at the... Oh, dang it. You know, that's his name. That's his name. It's just... Als de Klauwish. Yeah. So, as we mentioned sort of previously, we're going to go for something reminiscent of Havel's build for each of these games, just because the Dark Souls 1 run kind of slowly morphed into that for some reason. I don't really remember why we did that, but it was just fun. So, I did some checking to see what kind of stats we're required to have for the Havel set for this game. We're going to need 50 strength and 10 dexterity so that we can wield the shield and the dragon tooth. And right now, unless I think of a better plan, we're probably going to go through the Forest of Fallen Giants area first. Try to completely wrap up that, since it gives us a lot of good starting rings and equipment. It also helps set up life gems and stuff like that. Then we'll probably do Hade's Tower and do as much as we can there. Then go to No Man's Wharf. And then once we get to the Lost Bastille, we'll try to do as much as we can sort of on our way to the dragon tooth that is there. Yeah, we're going to need a whole load of equip load. But right now my plan is I'm going to get as many points into strength as I can. And we will basically go from there to... I want to get my strength up to par, because once we get the shield and once we get the dragon tooth, equip load can be managed based on how much gear we have on top of that, right? Like like the shield and the Dragon Tooth are the two biggest things that determine how our build's going to function, right? Because I intend to play this as sort of a tank builds type of run once we get that stuff. Now, beforehand, I probably am going to play it in sort of a glass cannon-y way, just because that seems to be the most effective. But we'll see what happens as we sort of go. Warrior it is. And I guess I may as well mention it now, since I don't know if Sheep's going to be here for a little bit. I know we said no farming in the last stream, and I think that I will follow that, except any item that we pick up, I think we should be able to use, which includes the bonfire ascetics, right? And so I would say that we can't farm bonfire ascetics, but we can use them to grind souls. And the reason I'm including this is because the whole reason I'm playing this trilogy is to kind of prove a point about which game is harder. And that's why we're keeping track of deaths, and that's why we're going to sort of limit things to what you can do in a single run without significant farming, right? And so what I'm thinking is, if we keep this in place, where the only bonfire ascetics we can use are the ones we pick up naturally in the world while exploring, I think that would be a decent reason to include using them, because it's kind of hard to avoid the blatantly overpowered thing that you can get in the beginning, as you can see right there. So also, I don't really care about this character's appearance, so I always go with default guy. But yeah, I think we're probably gonna keep the bonfire items available sort of just as we need souls, because we are gonna need a lot of souls for this build to work. I don't remember what run it was where I used like a tank, like a Havel type build, but I remember that there was a significant like amount of souls that would need to be put into equip load to roll properly, like an excessive amount. So I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to see what sort of the soft cap would be for us using the Havel set. I don't plan to roll around a whole bunch once we get to that point, but we are going to need points in it just to, use the set effectively, as well as the weapon and the shield, so we'll see how it goes. I know, hopefully Scholar can pull some cheap tricks on you. Well, I mean, it's got the opportunity to, since I'm less familiar with this version than the base game, so that's definitely going in Scholar's favor. But just to kind of refresh what the plan is right now, we're gonna go through Forest of Fallen Giants, complete that area roughly. Go through the dragon, not the dragon area, but the Hades Tower. Go through that sort of section. Then we're going to go through Lost Bastille and grab the Dragon Tooth while we're there. That's going to be the important thing to grab from the Lost Bastille. And once we sort of reach that point in the game, we can wrap that pathway up and then come back, do the Grave of Saints, the Gutter, the Black Gulch bit to get Havel's set. And then from there, it's just a matter of getting our skills up to use the gear for just for the sake of the build. So that's going to be its own sort of unique challenge. And as I did mention earlier, I don't know if you were around when I said this, sheep, excuse me. But we're not going to farm except through bonfire ascetics that we naturally pick up in the environment. So we can't farm bonfire ascetics, but any of them that we pick up, we can use as we see fit. So that's going to be sort of our rule with farming, is we can't farm anything, but we can use bonfire ascetics if we have them. Right, but we can't farm them. Like, they're really easy to farm in the Dark Lurker areas, but we're not going to do that. Dragon Tooth is that early on. If the wiki is correct, and I think I remember having a moment of like, why is this here? But yeah, the Dragon Tooth, if I understand it correctly, and if I'm remembering correctly, it should be, yeah, like as Andrew's saying, like right after the Belfry Gargoyles. It's like right in that little lower area next to the bonfire after them. So that's where that is. That is our first goal, because once we can use that weapon, then we can essentially glass cannon the run until we get... Wow, I'm blanking hard. We can basically glass cannon it until we get the rest of Havel's set. The only issue is we have to get a lot of... we basically have to get a lot of souls, because we have to get our strength to... I believe it's... I looked this up the other day. Give me 1 second. I need to look this up. Yeah, we need 50 strength to use the Dragon Tooth, so we're going to need a borderline of 25 to do what we need to do. So that'll be an interesting thing to deal with. One thing that's really awkward on PC is I can't map my, like, go back button to the same things. It's really annoying. Like, my sort of go back button is my backspace on my keyboard, which, as you can imagine, when you're playing with WASD and your mouse, it's really awkward to hit that button, especially when you got a microphone waving around in your face. I think the Estus shard system is okay, but man, the DS1 version was the best. I'm kind of mixed on it. Like, I like the idea of the shard system, but I think that Dark Souls 1 does a better job of upgrading them. I think just Dark Souls 1's way is more interesting, but I think the Dark Souls 2 introduction is kind of a neat idea. I think it could have been fleshed out more, though. I'm thinking that maybe instead of just having the upgrades be locked behind pickups, you get them from bosses as well. I mean, I think that's one thing where... I think Dark Souls 3's got an interesting sort of way to deal with it, with all the... Like, the way that you're sort of locked at, like, a certain amount of shards by the time you get to each boss, in a way. And I think that's a cool way to sort of guide the experience. Like, I still prefer the Dark Souls 1 system of upgrading them at the bonfire, but at the same time, I think the option to upgrade them via, like, shards you find in the world is neat. You know, like, there could have been an interesting, like, hybrid system of the two, I guess is what I'm getting at, that could have been interesting. Ironically enough, my biggest worry about playing this game is just how the platforming is going to go. That is my biggest concern at this moment. I expect a lot of deaths to come from just the awkwardness of some of the controls. Like right there, right? Like I about fell to my death just because the controls are weird. Wow, look at that. Look at that, just blatantly aiming the wrong way. Let's take the Domo tactic of just standing around and hitting one enemy at a time, since that's apparently what natural play is supposed to mean. This is one thing as well, like, my controls for attacking are sort of messed up. Because it's like, I do like the regular click, click, click to attack, but then it makes me do a random heavy attack sometimes. Isn't this encounter so great? Slowly picking at every enemy, slowly, just one after the other, just over and over. Isn't that better than getting spammed? This is exactly how I play, LeMayo, just deliberately picking away at every insignificant enemy. It's like there should be a level of strategy to each encounter, right? Like it shouldn't be just, you know, beat your way through it. This game's not letting me get down. Okay. Wow, look at that. Look at that critical hit and then super fast reaction attack. Damn. I do wish the game understood that the mechanics were built for 1v1 encounters and constantly throwing multiple doesn't change that. It just makes the gameplay a lot more sluggish. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the biggest takeaways from playing this game, is just the over-reliance on just throw enemies at player. Woo, cherry popped, yeah. From an enemy that got a random critical hit and then a super fast follow-up. This truly is a Dark Souls 2 experience. Wow, look at that. That's some Mauler clip level stuff right there. It's like, give me the backstab. Give me the backstab. Give me the backstab! But from the front, because apparently we can do this. Oh, he's not even triggered yet. You absolute tard. See, look at that. Like, he was ridiculously difficult earlier. Absolute moron this time. And I mean, to be fair, all the games have different levels of AI issues depending on sort of what the encounter is. But it's still kind of funny that, you know, he did this crazy attack and then super fast recovery and killed me. And then he was just an absolute moron there. Post-death is always the hardest test of patience. Pick away at the enemies again or rush through just to die again. Yeah. That's one thing that I've found playing these games is if you really got to keep your anger in check. Otherwise, you're going to run into issues of just getting, you know, combo stomped by whatever. You know, like if you play recklessly, you're going to get punished even more. You know, and so you kind of have to be careful, especially when the game can throw random shit like what we just experienced out. Alright, we got... Look at him acting like a living, breathing enemy in a world that doesn't aggro when he can see me. I feel like I'm just going to make a lot of like really petty jokes aimed at Domo as we go through this. It's always been funny to me how just certain things, like certain elements of like the darkness just randomly crank up. It's like you walk into the room and the effect activates. It's not like a natural darkness. You're looking forward to having to actually get the DLC keys in the world? I actually kind of am. I like that you have to... I'd rather you... Like, if they are in the world to begin with, I'd rather you actually have to go and find them than they just appear in your inventory. That's one thing that I will stand by, is like, I would rather have them actually be in the world to get, as opposed to whatever the hell else we actually had. This is so damn painful, oh my god. It's just the most basic shit in the game. It's like aim down, hit the tiny thing in front of you. Aha, look Domo, DS2 has iframes. This is one thing that I really disliked about the other games, is how, Dark Souls 1 is like, how you can't do this, pop souls, and still be in the menu. That's something that always annoyed me. Man, Broom Tower with that gank room is going to be awesome. It will be, it will be. 41 joyous fights ahead, indeed. It's like they knew trying to ignore the enemy-infested room and rush into the lever would be more appealing than slogging it. Yeah, that's the thing about this game in particular, is that it rewards the most boring version of gameplay, right? Which is kind of the... It's sort of like the anti-logic of the game. You know? It's like, hey, the best version of this is when you slowly pick at enemies from afar, or when you just bait them out slowly, one at a time, over and over again. Imagine after all that, then you get spam. It's like, holy shit. Now I need to catch up on chat. Fight the pursuer, your ADP is low enough. I love how Vangeris dodges the grab even though it looks strafable because of how it teleports you into it. Don't want the grab touching his foot after all. Gonna be disappointed Sheepy's gonna do it with low ADP. With low ADP? No bro, I can't take that, Vangeris. Please level your ADP. I am gonna level my ADP at some points, just I want to get a couple things set up beforehand. But, good news is, got a ring! There's the one thing about the Souls games, right? It's like they're sort of, like the arc of your character as you go through the game is very weird. Because each game is different in that regard, right? Like Dark Souls 1 has a thing where, you know, the early bits of the game can be very workable, you know? And then like there's a certain level of consistency as you go through some of the areas, but every once in a while you get a spike. In this game, the early game is really punishing, and then once you sort of understand the systems, it becomes a lot easier. But then once you get back into like the later stage of the game, it sort of spikes back up again, and it's a really weird sort of middle, like the mid game of this game is weird. Partially just because of the way progression works, and progression being somewhat all over the place. There we go. I forgot what the requirements were, but it's like, hey, do we get something? We talk to her. It's like she's like, hee hee, have a ring. Hee hee. Thank you, crazy lady. We appreciate it. You said you were going to get it later. No, Vanguard, stop. I mean, that technically was later. That was after I said it. 10k soul spent. Well, I'm glad I bought that fragrant branch of yore. That definitely cleared us over. Refreshing to replay these games just because I haven't played them in such a long time. Like the last time I probably played these for fun was... Not even for fun, but the last time I played these overall I think would have been for the Dark Souls 3 commentary. Which came out in 2022? So like I played these in probably 2021. Woo! Look at that shit. Aren't you glad we maintained that? I really genuinely gotta wonder how many players just died suddenly from stupid bullshit like that. Just extreme damage, random over-the-top crap, you know. I gotta wonder how many deaths are just from absolute bullshit as opposed to, like, failure to play game correctly. I knew you were gonna pick on the game for that side. Well, I am. It's like, why put an upgrade here that I can't use until way later in the game? I mean, seriously, it would be better to put, like, a couple of regular shards, a couple of large shards, put another ring in it, fuck it. But you're putting a late game upgrade in an area where we're not going to be able to use it for so long. Look, content. There it is. And this is one thing, I kind of liked this idea for having secret doors that are sort of built around like interacting with them as opposed to smacking them with your weapon. Because if you're going to have durability be a thing in the game, I think you should make it a little easier to detect illusory walls and shit. You know, I think that is one of the things that I think this game does do better is... or not necessarily better, but it does it better than some of the other games where you have illusory walls that... Like, the illusory walls like that, I think, are better than the ones in Dark Souls 1 and 3. Or, I'd say in 1. Durability is not really an issue in Dark Souls 3, so I think that's sort of like a separate sort of thing. Yeah, getting back to the illusory wall thing, I like the idea of an illusory wall that you can just walk up to and interact with as opposed to having to slap it with your weapon. I did find these illusory walls a breath of fresh air too, but not when they were hiding vital bonfires. That was something I didn't enjoy. I think it's kind of 50-50. I think it depends on how the level design interplays with that sort of thing. The fuck? Why did the parry sound effect go off just then? Why aren't you acting like it's a living, breathing world? I have nightmares of trying to get to Ilana from way up top because I didn't know a bonfire was behind the illusory wall. I'm kind of 50-50 on the illusory wall thing behind, like the illusory wall blocking off bonfires. I think it's kind of up in the air. I think it's dependent on the context of the area more so than anything else, right? Like the illusory wall that blocks off the bonfire, or that blocks off the bonfire in the first area of Darkroot Garden, I think is a decent one because you can kind of see that there's a platform behind it, and it'd be weird to have a structure here that has like a wall. DS2 parries keep you down for so long. I heard it was so PvPers could switch to a more damaging critical weapon. Yeah, well, that's the thing is I keep. Oh great, I got stuck. But yeah, I heard that PvP is the best in this game, and I think it's just because there's so much bullshit in the favor of the invader. You know, like people can invade you no matter what. You know, like as far as I can tell, there's not a hard restriction on invasions. You can reduce the chances, as far as I can tell, but it doesn't actually, like, matter beyond sort of a very basic, it's just weird. Why? What are you doing? Why are you aggroing right now? Were you gonna run off and fight the tree too? You missed the party, dude. What it's like beating Dark Souls 2. Game does its shtick, then you punish it to hell and back. Yeah, no barriers for invasions. Enemy ganks are far more lethal, especially on newer players. Yeah. It's just a lot of shit. Don't you love it when they put 4 enemies on a tiny walkway where an item leads you to get killed? Gameplay. They had to have felt some degree of shame with this gank. I don't think so. There are simply too many ganks in this game for me to feel like they feel shame. I bet they felt proud of it. I bet they felt proud of a lot of these ambushes coming out of nowhere, doing extreme damage and trapping you in a very tight space. I bet they were really proud of it. I used the crossbow mainly for the guts cosplay as Miyazaki intended. Yeah. Crossbow only run soon. I don't know. I don't know if I'd ever do like a ranged run. It's mainly just because of the restrictions to ranged runs, right? Having very limited like a ranged run is very possible in Dark Souls 1 and 2. But it's one of those things where you'd have to like get the weapons before you can like really like it'd be one of those things where we'd have to skip some things to get some weapons if we did ranged runs. But on the other side of it, Dark Souls 3 would just be ridiculous because of the restriction on ammo capacity, which I still think is actual garbage. It is hot, molten shit that Dark Souls 3 restricted ammo so badly. I could see them doing it for very, very particular types of ammo, but like, holy shit. I love my first levels being sunk into a boring stat that doesn't make the game more fun. Yeah, it doesn't make the game more fun, it just makes the game work. Like its predecessor. It's kind of funny. You know? And I forget where I brought this up, but it's like, well, having ADP affect your iframes in a game that is a sequel to a game that did not have that stat is essentially like making an RPG where you have to pay to have your fireball do fire damage, when it should do fire damage by virtue of it being a fucking fireball. You know? It's that kind of stupid shit where it's like, this should work. Like, point blank, it should work. It shouldn't be fucked with. It would actually be really, really funny if we end up beating the game and the only deaths come from non-bosses, right? Because I think when you broke down the deaths from the previous run, they were about half and half. Like, half of them were bosses, half of them were not. Whereas here, I feel like we might have some hilarity ensue because of different shit we'll be putting up with. I remember you saying that in one of the Domo streams. Yeah. Yeah, well, I think I said it in a commentary as well at some point. Let's get our Pokey Stick Uzi. It's not looking good. 1 hour and 18 minutes, 1 death. Damn. Ah. Fucking joke. Now, forgive me if I'm wrong, but isn't that new symbol that appears next to my stamina regen increase image, doesn't that mean that invasions can't happen in this area of the map now since the boss is dead? I think that's how the rule is supposed to apply. You didn't get to rip his arm off. Are you fucking insane, Vancouver? Stop. He ripped his arm off, he just didn't do anything with it. That one death was peak DS2, however. I will concede that. It was peak DS2. But now we get the ring we've all been waiting for, assuming it's still here. The Ring of Restoration. Health regen is better than extra health. Usually. And now if I go to a bathroom break, I can just sit and regen, which will be helpful. Can we all agree that invasion deaths to real players doesn't count? I'm open to that. I'm open to that. I wonder if I would extend that to, like, some of the Phantom Invaders, because some of the Phantom Invaders in this game are just blatantly broken. You know, just blatantly broken. I don't know why I killed him, I just wanted to kill him, but it is one of those things where just, like, there are certain parts of this that are just like, yeah, going through and dealing with certain enemies in this game is just going to be just too much. Like dying to the dying to the NPC that like stabs you in the back near the end of the first cycle of the Ice DLC. I think is one of those things that's like, it's one of those things where it's like he's basically built to one-shot you unless you just have absurd defense. So I can kind of give people that die to that a pass, you know. One thing that would have been kind of funny is if you kill the pursuer and then you can fight him again here. I always thought that would be kind of a funny thing to have happen. I keep hearing that Smelter Demon is optional, but I don't know how to go around him. You can basically turn the furnace off in the middle of the area, and then you can like basically just walk around Smelter. Because like, the two pathways there are basically the Smelter path and then the furnace path. And the furnace path you can turn off. Like there's nothing restricting that. Dude, where are you going? Living, breathing world. I hate how common invasions from NPCs are in this game. I mean, I kind of like it. Like, I think that if they retooled them, I think it would be one of those things where... I think scripted invasions aren't a bad idea, all things considered. Right? I think it's just a matter of balancing the NPCs properly and not making it ridiculous to deal with them. Right, so... Like, getting back to the NPC thing, I think that NPCs... like invasions, I think are actually a good way to keep the game alive. You know, sort of after the online has sort of died down. That's one thing that I mentioned really liking about Dark Souls 3 is how you have different quest lines that deal with different sort of online functions like co-op and invasions. But when you're offline, you can still do those missions. Or you can still do those quests and get rewards as if you were playing online. You know, it's a way to sort of keep the vibe of playing online alive, even when the game is many years old and it dies out, right? You know, this is kind of part of the... I'm going to rant for a little bit. This is kind of the reason why Call of Duty tends to be forgotten very quickly, is because there's nothing that lets you stay to play a game once the multiplayer kind of dies out, right? Because, you know, 90% of players are pretty much guaranteed to move on to the next game or the game after that, or just a later game in general, right? You know, but something like Black Ops with combat training or World at War with Zombies, you can always come back to that and play that because it's a mode that works online but also works offline. And I think more games should incorporate more offline stuff, you know, with you know, AI. You know, I think there's potential there for some really good I was going to say content, but you know what I mean. You know, like I think games should be cognizant of the fact that games will change sort of over time, right? And you know, you can't rely on online all of the time. It's when they start doing a lot of damage later on, or it's like Iron Keep where I can't even play the level yet, I have to wait. Yeah, that stuff gets annoying. I hope Elden Ring would do it, but I think they're done with updates. I'm pretty sure, yeah. That's one thing, is Elden Ring getting another DLC after Shadow of the Erdtree, or is that it? Like, is the game actually done? I feel like it's done, just because I don't know how else they would one-up Radon 2.0, so I don't know. I think the game's done from what I've seen. If it did get another DLC, you would not see me play it ever. Yeah, if it had another DLC, I would not be playing it either. I mean, Night Rain is kind of a DLC in a way. It's just kind of it's like a spin-off. I think Night Rain is just like Night Rain, from everything I've seen and heard, might be the most lazy From Software cash grab ever. Because, I mean, holy shit. If it did get see, like they could make the best DLC in From Soft history, but if it's coming from Elden Ring, no thanks. Tired of Elden Ring boss shenanigans. Same here. It's got a lot of the same... It's got the sort of the same type of problems as like Dark Souls 2 bosses, where it relies on the same like gimmicks over and over and over of just crazy damage, huge explosions, graphically demanding like animations that act as telegraphing. You know, it's sort of the same shit over and over and over. And it's like the gimmicks don't even really come across as gimmicks anymore. Like they're just kind of minor... They're more like annoyances than anything else. You know? Bright bugs are always handy. I was thinking, what are the restrictions on when you can use the bright bugs? Because I've tried using them a few times and they just don't work. Like they don't highlight where I can use them, and I wonder if that's a thing where if you have summons you can't use them, or not. I'm not sure. I've tried using them in the past in some recording and just they didn't appear. Don't listen to Andrew. They're not handy. Please don't use them. Well, if you're telling me not to use them, that means they're probably really useful. All right, let's cause problems. Come on, lurch forward. That's what you do. Your animation, your telegraphing is that you don't telegraph, which is kind of the funny part. I've never had any issues, but I only learned what they did after deciding to do no summons. They might only work when you don't summon. That might be the thing to keep in mind here. That might be it. Or the thing that caused issues for me. They don't aggro until you kill Dragon Rider. Ah, okay. That's the thing. I forget, do you guys still give Sublime Bone Dust? No, you don't. I forget, isn't one of the big differences in Scholar that Sublime Bone Dust is found in the world, not off of enemies? I think I remember that being a change. This is part of the problem with having, like, base Dark Souls 2 and Scholar existing. It's like, you've got two games that are largely the same, but have very minute differences. Thank you for your souls. Now here's a question. Do we... One thing I remember is I loved how they moved this bonfire for no reason. It's such a really weird, like, why would you move this? There that is. I did really sloppy in the opening bit of that fight. Man, if there is one thing I'm unshakable on, it's that critical upgrades for your flasks are locked behind some of these statues. I think that's bogus. It absolutely is. It's just an arbitrary barrier, and that's what these fragrant branches of yore usually are. There we go. We can only burn this at the hub, right? I always hated that. You have to burn it at the hub bonfire instead of just wherever you are. Having the Firekeepers upgrade it, I think was kind of cool in the past game, but now it's just do shit at the hub bonfire because I'd rather you just keep going and be able to do it at whatever bonfire you're at. Unfortunately, the same goes for DS3. You got to go to Firelink Shrine for both Estus and bonfire upgrades. Yeah, this is one thing that I can't tell if... This is the weird thing about the whole Estus upgrade system and the whole the whole hub dedication is I don't know whether to blame Dark Souls 2 for it, since it was the first game in the series to do it sort of chronologically, or if I should blame Dark Souls 3 for not fixing the issue, considering that Dark Souls 2 has a lot of other sort of unique issues that Dark Souls 3 did fix. It's just one of the ones they did not. That guy's just attacking the corner for some reason. Peak gameplay AI. Then they try the same thing with the same enemy type for a third time. What the hell, DS2? Are you that desperate for a kill? Yeah. Well, it's sort of one of those things where it's like, I understand that Dark Souls 2 had a troubled production and all that stuff, but there comes a point where you just have to, like, you know, it's like the developers still screwed up a lot, right? Just because the development was haphazard and had to, like, be rebooted, like, halfway through, that doesn't save the game from the fact that there are significant issues in the game. Dark Souls 2 had a lot of ideas. They could have been implemented well, but they were not. Like, a lot of them were not. And it's a shame, but at the same time, it's like, I can't, you know, I'm not going to give them a pass. Hello, Lucatiel. I'm trying to think of it. I don't think I actually need you for anything, so have fun going hollow, I guess. Just a little fun fact, that hollow with the torch is a friendly. He follows you around with the torch but doesn't attack you. Well, I could target him, so he's an enemy. Of course, who would think to test this when the game is always trying to trick you? Well, as later on, they are hostile and lead to your death in Undead Crypt with the summoning bell things. Die. What the fuck? Did that fire arrow seriously double tap me? Well, there's death number 2. Can someone tell me what happened there? Because I took the initial damage from the arrow and then just took extra damage. Was that because of the fire? Like, does the oil have like a lingering fire damage effect? Like that lingers? I'm not quite... Like, seriously, I'm not actually sure what just happened. I know I died, but I'm trying to figure out how I died, because I don't quite understand how mechanically that happened. Because the thing already blew up. You know, why did it blow up again? Or did I miss, like, that other guy throwing something at me? Alright, undead. Follow us around. Let's see if this is true. You're probably gonna mess with my aggro, but whatever. See, he's screwing with my aggro. Even when they give you a friend, he's screwing you over. Great sword! Alright, here we go. I forget if this is a poison one. It is a poison one. Oh no, I have been poisoned. Whatever shall I do? It's not like I have tons of healing resources. Now this is a weapon with some hair on its chest. Indeed. This is a man's weapon. That's why it's large and phallic-shaped. I'm gonna die now because this guy just gets the perfect combo off. Wow, just fucking controls, man. I was trying to just do an overhead slam. That was it. I was just trying to use the overhead attack. Kept picking the wrong fucking moves. We were right at the damn shortcut, too. I'm not trying to do that attack game. Jesus Christ. I'm trying to do a very simple slash. Fucking shit game. Damn it. This is part of the problem with just fucking playing these games on PC. It's like the controls are weird. I was clicking. That was it. I clicked once, and instead it decided to do the overhead thing, which is not what I wanted. I clicked so you could do the big, wide-sweeping slash. You fucktard. They don't let you damage the controls, change the controls on PC. No, they do. It's just the controls are really inconsistent. Like, they're not letting me do what I'm... Like, a lot of the controls overlap, right? Where if I click... Like doing a simple function like attacking, like just a basic attack, right? Basic attack, right? That's just me clicking and then clicking again. If I click slightly too close together, it'll cause me to do a different type of attack, which is part of the problem. It's like the 2 times I died there were because the game did an attack I was not trying to get it to do. I was trying to do just that basic sideways slash attack. That's what I was trying to do both times I died. Instead, it did other moves, like the overhead swirl and like the sprint attack. Now, the sprint attack was largely my fault, right? Because I was still sprinting for some reason. And there we go again. Alright, death counter 5. We're already halfway through this. Maybe I just shouldn't use the greatsword. Notice how I switched to the greatsword, then started having issues. And Garrus, this is what we wanted. Thank you so much for giving us our desired playthrough. Also doesn't help that these guys have combos that are built to take off most of your health anyway. Still feeling excited. I'm more annoyed at anything. I'm mainly annoyed at the controls fucking up. That's my biggest complaint of this, because we were doing fine until the controls fucked up. Like, when the controls fuck up in this game, you're doomed. Because that's when the game is really screwing you over. Game, why are you aiming away? What the fuck, man? God, I hate that aiming shit. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. Alright. Do simple attack. There we go. See, that is what I'm trying to... It's like... It does what I'm trying to do and then just tard moment. Man, look at that. Area killed me multiple times. Boss is a joke. Kind of funny how that works. No. Yeah, we died. I will never understand why they decided to just overtune the fall damage rather than come up with a less scummy way to keep us away. Yeah, I mean, just... It's one of those things where, like, a lot of the other areas would tell you that they were tough by just having enemies that were tough in the area. You know what I mean? Like, the skeletons reassemble, and they've got much higher health than the hollows that guard the way towards Undead Burg, right? It's just... You know, it's kinda obvious. Now, one thing I do like is... Like I like the idea of the Pursuer, right? And he pops up in mostly functional areas, right? But there are a couple spaces where it's like, why did you put him here? But I like the idea of the Pursuer most of the time, where he's sort of a mini-boss that appears here and there. I like the idea, but when he pops up in gank areas and has the audacity to leave because I led the enemies away for a 1v1 is so sad to me. Yeah, that's where I'd say the biggest issues from that come, where he's just... You know, like the spot where I just fought him, perfectly fine, right? Like, you'll probably clear the dogs, and if you didn't clear the dogs, there's a way around it where you won't trigger the dogs, right? But one of the areas on the other side, like where the ladder is from the other direction we came in, like, that's an area that it's like that's an area where just there's so many enemies in there that are going to get in the way, and when you try to play tactically, the boss will disappear. It's like, well, do you want me to fight him or not? And it's like, you clearly want to kill me with him, but you don't want me to fight him fairly at the same time. Bruh, you were sitting down. How is that fair? Fuck you. Cake. Delicious cake. You broke my heart first trying the trio. I mean, they're not that... They're one of the better fights in the game. You know, they don't have a whole lot of bullshit. You know, it's still 3 enemies that can combo you, but the game puts you in a position where you can handle it, so... Wow. We were like halfway through that animation, too. Fucking hell. Well, there were the gargoyles. We died to the area because of bullshit, but we didn't die to the boss. Oh yes, the Belfry gargoyles again, except now there's 5 of them for some fuck-all reason. Yeah. I didn't because you're OP. I'm not OP, I just know the bullshit sometimes. And truthfully, I need to be more cautious while dealing with the bullshit. Wonder if any boss will kill you? That's actually a good question, because the only bosses that I think would pose a significant issue would be ones that hit ridiculously hard, or ones that gank, right? So, and the only ones that are sort of on that list, to me, would be the gank squad, obviously. Luden Zalin has a decent chance of killing us just because it's 2 giant cat bosses that hit for like 800 to 1,000 per attack. So those are probably the big ones. In terms of the base game, Throne Watch and Defender might be an issue. I'm not sure about others at this time. I'm not sure about others just yet. What riveting combat, you know, with the dogs being all over the place. Alright. GG! And as just a reminder, we've died 7 times so far in the game. All of it has been to enemies, or most of the time it's been to enemies in the world. Another bullshit in the world, not the bosses. Alright, you stupid pussy. Give me... One thing I always found kind of weird is how this game is stuffed with bosses, but they didn't put one in the gutter. That always felt really weird to me. Like, you'd feel like there would be a boss down there. You know, some type. Die, schmucks. Die. One thing I hated about this area is those enemies. Look at that, half my health. Half from a little tiny hollow. This is what I'm talking about, man. It's just all the challenge just comes from them just throwing enemies that deal ridiculous damage at you all the time. This enemy will knock you down for several seconds and knock the shit out of you. Even if you're doing well. It's like, fuck, man. Annoying little shits. Why are there so many of you? There's so many of you that can deal half my health and damage just because the developers was like, hey player, fuck you. Alright. Wow. I didn't even do anything. They just fucking died. Sweet. Thank you, game. Top tier game design, locking the bonfire behind a statue. Yeah, with a precious item that you don't find that many of and is required for progression of the game. Yeah. Good call, Dark Souls 2. Good call. Nice. Another great one down. Gonna be so much poison. You see that shot just came right through the wall. Bruh. The coding for DS2 is kind of bad. For a realistic game, it sure does like to be gamey just to force ganks. Yeah. Well, it's like some of the AI, right? Like this AI running off to do fuck all right now. It's just kind of like, why are you even here? Like, it feels like some of the coding is just purely built for distractions rather than actual like challenge or anything. What I think about these ganks sometimes is it's just a matter of like who can beat the shit out of the other one first. It tends to be a recurring theme with a lot of the ambushes in this game. It's just a matter of who can slap the other down first. Which is kind of a disservice to the combat in these games is, you know, when most enemies can just be slapped down without a second thought, it does kind of make things underwhelming. And this is kind of a boss gimmick that I can kind of get behind. Like, I like the idea of having an enemy that circles around. I just think it would have been more interesting if they had it be like a infinity signal where they could, like, change pathways and stuff. Instead of this linear sort of just loop. It's just me, though. I think the boss fight itself, though, has kind of issues. But the overall idea, I think, is kind of cool. What the hell? I was blocking! Fuck you. Shields are supposed to do shit. Hello? That was kind of underwhelming. I keep coming back to a point that I kind of made. Or not that I kind of made, but I keep coming back to a point I made in my Dark Souls 2 commentary where it's like, a lot of enemies are kind of like the ogre in the game, you know, where it's like, they'll beat the shit out of you, or they'll be too stupid to beat the shit out of you. And it's like a weird binary thing with the difficulty where enemies will just be ridiculous, or they'll be so one note that they're ultra predictable and you can just slap them to death. Oh, I should mention that I think Domo's crew found my videos because all my ESAS re-uploads have been downvoted to hell, so that's been fun. Look! Skeleton Lords! Defeated! Woo! What wonderful stuff. Now this area I'm actually looking forward to because I kind of like the different poison traps around and how life gems make them kind of useless. I think I always found kind of cheap as well as how a lot of the bonfire, like, teleporting stuff. Like, the hub like, when you teleport back from the, like, special bonfires at the end of each pathway, they don't regen your stuff. It's just a weird, like, why are you like this? Sort of a thing. Oh, got me. Can't remember the video it was of you getting invaded and just saying, I don't care for your PvP, and jumped off a cliff. yeah, I normally do that, but here I thought, well, they're not attacking me. Oh well. Okay, thanks, Jabba. Why did you target that one? Why did you do that? Why would you do that? Fuck you, game. So there are so many moments like that where just random enemy will do a super quick cast of a move that should insta-kill you. It's like... whoever kept bringing those ideas up in development needs to be slapped in the face. And then kicked in the nuts. With a spiked shoe. Oh, will you stop doing that shit? Stop running away, you coward. Fuck you. Jeez, stop wasting my fucking time. It's kind of weird. Watching this makes me think of that one guy that was like irrationally defending Dark Souls 2 and was just freaking out over like, you could say the archer! You know, and all that shit. It's like, I have fond memories of watching people be weird about defending this game. It's kind of fun thinking of those days of yore. Wow, we fucked that up. Another death. Oh, wrong way. I can't orientate. What the fuck, game? Why did you do that? What the fucking shit? I went to raise my shield and instead it did some weird shit. I went to raise my shield and for some reason it registered it like that. I like how they call it like destructive arrows. It's like, can you imagine like someone says, oh, this is a peaceful arrow. The only thing it does is it shoots flowers at people. Well, he was over pretty quick. These are intelligent enemies in a living, breathing world. Remember that. Remember that. I see your tiny ass head. I'm trying. Look, Domo, I'm playing correctly. Be proud of me, senpai. This is why I don't like this mechanic. The branches are not common, yet they have so many statues here, and so many valuable Estus upgrades locked behind them, too. It's lame. Really lame. I mean, this is kind of the problem of when you have, like, one-time use keys that are sort of not built to specifically be used in specific spots, right? Like, you know, it's one of those weird things that kind of undermines exploring and using items, because if you have a chance, like I'm fine with some keys being like useless, or not useless. Like I'm fine with some keys being one-time uses if the game gives you more than enough to unlock everything, right? Like as far as I can tell in Dark Souls 2, I think the amount that you can get versus the amount that you would use up differ significantly enough to, like, the difference is basically big enough to where players can be completely locked out of stuff just because. Branches were silly, just like Pharaoh's Lockstones are silly. Like, the way I would tweak it, if I had to make a very simple tweak, is that fragrant branches is that you get one fragrant branch in the game, and it unlocks all of them, right? That way you have, like, but you put it in a very specific spot, so you come back and go to areas later. Right? Like, I think that's the best way to do it, is have them act like regular keys, but magical for whatever reason. You know, like you loot the fragrant branch maybe in this area, and then you can go back and go through all these statues later on, and you can, you know, with the Pharaoh's Lockstones, maybe you get one of them in the Doors of Pharaohs, and you can go back and go through several areas that have that shit, right? There's an opportunity to make an interesting key dynamic, but you just made it where there's just extra... You've made it sort of more specific and less useful at the same sort of time. Because you've given it's just a different key system with different resources that can be incredibly fruitless. You know, so it's that weird thing of like, what the hell? I would prefer that. It encourages backtracking and lets you access everything, which improves exploration. Yeah. Well, it's part of the problem too. Is just they did such a mid, just sort of like a mid-wit version of a system here, where you can fuck yourself out of gear when it's really not your fault, right? Like it's part of this is just the fact that it's unfair to players who find these resources and then use them, not knowing that the place they're using them is actually fucking useless. Right? That's the problem. That's the root cause of why this system has a problem. Is your favorite armor Havel's armor? I wouldn't say it's my favorite armor, but we're just sticking with the armor that we used in the previous run. And all 3 Dark Souls games have this armor set, so figured why not. You know, it would be fun to have just some Havelisms. If it's not your favorite armor, what is? I don't know. I think it depends on the game. Depends on the game. For Dark Souls 1, it might be... I don't know. For Dark Souls 1, my favorite armor, just purely cosmetically, would probably be... Probably the Black Knight armor. I really like the way the Black Knight armor looks. Just purely cosmetically. If I had to pick an armor from this game, I really like Vengarl's armor. I really like his set. I really like the Jester set, just because it's funny. I think the Desert Pyromancer set's a neat set for like female characters. I'm open to having different sort of versions of. Like I'm open to having different versions of armor based on what sex your character is. I think that's a cool sort of dimensional shift that makes each armor set unique in a more unique way than it already is, sort of a thing. In Dark Souls 3, I think my favorite armor set might be the Ringed City Knights. I like that armor. It's very cool looking. I like how it's all sort of flowy and flamey. I really like the Abyss Watchers set as well, just because I think their hats are kind of funny. You know, like a lot of my favorite sets usually revolve around, is it dark and brooding, or is it funny and hilarious? That's usually where a lot of my favorite things come from. Oh, these little ones are so annoying just because they're tiny. Wow, and I can't even hit them when I'm down. Alright, now that the annoying ones are dealt with, we can actually fucking fight the boss. It's always such a clusterfuck of a fight. One thing I always found strange about these particular enemies is that, like, you always have this, like, thing of... Like, you always find them where they're facing away from... No, stop it. Like, they're always facing away from you, and it's like... Why do you put every version of this enemy facing away from us, where we can get a backstab? It feels like you don't want us to fight these enemies, but you made these enemies... And so you put them in the game in positions of weakness where we can get a backstab on them. Like, it's one of those things where I'm sitting here like, why did you bother putting them in the game if they're all going to be super weak and easily backstabbable? I just found it kind of funny how the guys that set these traps off killed themselves. I don't think that's a very good ratio of, like, setting traps to kill enemies and such. One thing I definitely will give Dark Souls 2 is the interesting encounters in New Game Plus. Having What's-Her-Face appear here is a nice change of pace. What a magnificent boss! If only there was a boss in this room, instead of random schmucks. What the fuck? You just explode? I thought I had to hit you. What the hell? And just like that, a cool-looking boss was smacked in the face. I still find it really funny that, you know, instead of just climbing over a little rubble, we make it where we have to defeat some of the strongest enemies in the game, lore-wise. It's like, this is just ridiculous. Tower shift ahead, butthole. Really feels like a living, breathing world when entire castles teleport. This is one thing I do kind of like about the room being reorganized, is that you now have enemies next to these guys, like directly in front of them. Like when it's just the 6 guys on each side, sometimes it gets confusing about what you're able to, like, you know, deal with in a way. I really don't like this enemy being right down here, because they're right next to the bonfire, and they're right next to this guy. It's like, why bother having this enemy here? Like, period. Like, what's the fucking point? I seek dark emo shit, man. It's kind of weird seeing a ghost fall on its back. That's one thing I'm curious of, is how do you guys feel about YouTube rolling out things where they're going to have mid-roll ads in stream? I've heard that they've been working on implementing that recently, and I've had to, like, check, don't do this, it's really annoying, like, whenever I start my own streams. More ads everywhere is pretty much the only option that they have. Just more ads. All the ads. Well, there we go. I mean, I know people hate ads, right? And I'm not a fan either, but I do think that there is, like, a, you know, it's like, it's how people make a living, you know, on YouTube, so I'm okay with watching ads. I pay for YouTube, so don't get ads. But yeah, that's pretty much what I do as well. Plus, I kind of need it for what I do with the stream and reacting to videos and stuff. I hate reacting to videos and having an ad pop up. You don't know? They have extremely degenerate ads they're dishing out, like the generic hot girls near you. I've never had a YouTube ad, like, do that. And, like, a little bit of backstory while we kind of sit here and regen. Like I have, like, I pay the YouTube thing so I don't have ads, right? My wife, on the other hand, doesn't have it, so we get ads whenever we watch stuff on, like, our TV. And I've not seen any of those types of ads, so I don't know if it's just an algorithm thing where, I mean, obviously she's a woman, so she's not going to get those same ads because, you know, us gamers are usually desperate. So maybe it's just a demographic thing, but I've never seen ads that degenerate before. How I see it is they should have all ads longer than 5 seconds skippable. If it's something I care about, I'll watch. If not, I skip. Yeah, I think there should be, like, a thing where you should be able to skip every type of ad that's more than 5 seconds, right? Because 5 seconds ads, it's over and it's done. But anything longer than that should not be a thing. It's also funny when you get ads that are like 40 minutes long for, like, some organization where it's just someone's full speech. I've seen that appear a couple of times, and I'm just like, how the fuck do you get this to be an ad? Right? That's a weird way to do it. The more they try to cram intrusive ads down my throat, the more I tend to resent them. I can understand that. Yeah, I've never had ads like that either. I've had plenty of emails like that, where it's like, local, like, insert demographic here, women near you. You know, all that, like, phishing, spam shit. I have screenshots I'll send in the Discord. They're so awful. Hold on. Wait, hold up. Wait a minute. Why'd you take screenshots? Amazon have annoyed me making you pay more to remove their ads. Yeah, that's stupid. I mean, the problem is that these companies make more money when they have ads, right? They make more money off of showing ads than us just paying them to use the service without ads, right? So we're essentially just going to slowly roll back to, like, cable days where we have, you know, every group has sort of, like, their package, right? And then that's sort of it. Damn it, man. I screenshot them because it's like, what the fuck, YouTube? Monitor your shit. Alright, we're at 13 deaths. That was our first boss death. Which is kind of annoying because it's like, of course, it's a boss that doubles up on you when there's no real reason to, considering the moveset. But here we are. First actual death to a boss. I do think ads are fair, but they've become so soulless and corporate that it's not easy to digest. I mean, I'll agree with that, yeah. I really hate the ads where it's like, they try to be super personable. It's like, we all have this problem, and it's like, we know that you live in an ivory tower where you're, you know, snorting cocaine off of a hooker's asshole. It's like, we know that you don't have the same shit as us. You just want us to buy your product because that's how you make money. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Wow, fuck that. This is one of the most annoying things about fighting Dark Lurker is, like, you've got like, you basically have to deal with an NPC gauntlet, and then you can fight the actual boss. That duplicates, and its moveset is not built to be fair when it duplicates that shit. Timu Havel having a hard time with the average NPC. Well, it's not really the average NPC. These guys are complete exceptions to that, because they deal so much fucking damage. Like, that combo would probably kill me if I wasn't wearing, like, Havel's, like, super armor. Even then, with the super armor, he still does ridiculous damage. This is one thing, right? Like, Dark Lurker could be a cool fight, you know, just on his own, but because they duplicate that shit, it's incredibly annoying. It's just make it hard, because hard. Fuck you. What the fuck? Fucking hell. Almost cheap shot killed me. Fuck you, Dark Lurker. Fuck you. You know what's funny is that's probably the hardest boss until we get to DLC shit from now on. Like, not even kidding. Like, that's probably the hardest boss that we'll face in this run up until, like, way later. Oh, shit. I just now realized I fucked up the chat. Oh, well. Oh, well, I'll have to deal with this later. But, yeah. I didn't realize that I fucked it up. This is the one thing that I just thought of now, right? It's like, it's like the base game has a bunch of stuff where it's like, oh, okay, like, your durability is reduced. It's going to go down a lot faster. You need to be careful with it. Then in Scholar, they put all these dudes around that could or could not be enemies, and it's like, if you're gonna take the risk to hit them as soon as you get up to them, you're basically wasting a durability for everyone that's not already, like, you're wasting durability with one that's not already, like, evil, right? So it's weird. It's just a waste of durability in a game that already has lowered durability. Still think it's hilarious that playing DS2 in 60 FPS doubles durability loss for weapons. Is that actually true? That would explain some things. Yeah, sadly it's true, since the loss is calculated based on frames. That is such a stupid... Why would it be calculated based off frames? I don't even care if that's just a uniquely Dark Souls 2 problem or if it's across the board. It's like, that's such a stupid system. Why would you make the system like that? Just remember that DS2 can do no wrong, even though it's the only game to get a director's cut unnecessarily. That's true. I mean, by virtue of having a director's cut, you have acknowledged that there was something wrong with the base game. It's kind of a weird, roundabout way of saying, yeah, there's some problems. But here we are, making our way through Drainland Castle. I have a good bit of time to stream today, so we could potentially finish the game. Kind of depends on how quickly we get through different things. I don't know. This is one weird thing that I've thought about more as I've sort of gone through, like, the differences between Scholar and the base game, right? It's like some of the enemy placements in Scholar where they just add enemies from different areas previously in here. On the one hand, it feels like they were trying to make the world more interconnected, like based on enemies that exist. But then on the other side of that, you have just random enemies from random previous areas showing up here. It's this weird thing where they tried to really lazily stitch areas together by just copying and pasting enemies from different areas into the main castle area. And it's a really weird sort of, like, is that really the best you got? You know what I mean? Like, is that really the best you got? You know, in Dark Souls 1, like, when Anor Londo, like the knights, right? Gwyn's knights are, like, the knights, right? Like, the knights are the thing that sort of bind the universe together, you know? And so, like, you have, like, black knights scattered throughout the world, but then you have all the silver knights in Anor Londo and all the other black knights guarding Gwyn at the end, right? There's a certain thematic element that's consistent there. This is just sort of like a really lazy copy and paste of enemies from other areas into this new area. I don't get why I get one Dragon Rider soul for the first individual fight, but I don't get two when I fight two of them. It's weird. With what's their faces? The Throne Watcher and Defender fight, you get 2 souls for that fight. You only get 1 with the Dragon Rider fights, even though there's 2 of them in one of the fights. It's a little strange, to say the least. I always found this bit strange, how there's like... They built this giant chasm of an area with an elevator to go up to enter one room, come right back down to open the door, right? It's like... Wouldn't it be more efficient for player time just to put it down there, like where the lever is? Like take this room up here and just put it down there? Like there's no point to have an elevator that goes up to one room if you're just going to come straight back down again, in my opinion. I think it's just a waste of time. Saint of whatever. Oh, PvP time. You know it. You know it. I got no idea where they are. Especially since this area is kind of topsy-turvy with where shit is. Right after you mentioned invasions, that's wacky. What even is this build? What even was that? It's like, holy shit, man. What kind of build is that? You had an ultra weak weapon. Like, look how much shit it did to me. I haven't even upgraded my armor yet. It's one of those weird things where I hear people say, like, Dark Souls 2 is the best PvP, and then just insert the clip of that guy trying to backstab me and just failing. DS2, everybody. DS2, everybody. Weak-ass invader, game spam. Holy shit. Since this fight's kind of gay, we're gonna fight it more of a glass cannon style, just to make up for how stupid the just for how stupid the fight is with the overwhelming of just 2 tough dudes. Bro, fuck you. It's like, on top of having just like really janky hitboxes for the shield, it's like, let's just add another enemy. Because that's fun, right? Well, there goes the gimmick. Didn't even use it till right at the end. Fun stuff. That shield is doing some work blocking you, it is. Was never a fan of the PvP boss gimmick. I know, I hate it in this game, I hated it in Demon Souls, I hate it in Dark Souls 3, I just think it's a dumb way to make a boss. I think this boss might be one of the worst ones compared to the other ones that have PvP in it, just because you're already dealing with a boss, and then you have the potential of a player spawning in as well. It's like, you may as well just, you know, whenever he uses an ability, a Predator missile comes out of the sky and just attacks you and does like 2k damage. You know, you may as well just commit to like an insta-kill rather than just doing stupid shit like, you know, like a gank fight. It's just so boring. I snipe the enemies one by one just to make sure I don't have to do it again. Yeah, this is one of those things where doing it slow and steady makes it very annoying to deal with. Because it's just, it takes forever. And it's the same shit over and over of enemy shoots you from far away. You shoot them back to avoid a spam bush. Rinse and repeat 30 times. It is not peak Souls. The music is really calming, at least. I mean, it's one of those things where a lot of the elements in this area I actually like. It's just the encounters of the combat are the problem. You know, just because it's so boring and tedious dealing with tons of groups just fucking around the whole time. It's one of those things. It's a Vangelis classic. Yeah. I should make a t-shirt of that where it's just like my profile pic just shrugging, just saying it's just one of those things. It's like when generic white girls say, literally? He literally said the thing? Fuck you game is still my favorite one. Yeah, but I can't trademark that. That's a generic gamer saying. Or Bane voice, you only adopted the spam. I was born in it. Molded by it. We've all been fucked by it. Good Bane impression. Thank you. My brother for a long time, like after the, well, not after the Dark Knight Rises came out, but like a little later on, we were having fun just memeing about with the Bane voice, like in different Discord chats. And one day he shows up with like a Bane style sort of like trench coat thing, and he said he was going to be a Bane for Halloween like one day or 1 year. I don't think he actually did it, but it was still kind of funny that he was doing the voice with the jacket on. It's the bloodstains between things betwixt and Majula is so confusing. Yeah. Have you guys actually looked at the bloodstains? Like, it's some guy committing seppuku, right? Like, it's not even like a player getting killed by something. It's just random suicide. He didn't actually do it? Oh, come on, Vangeris. I mean, he wore the jacket out a lot and would do the Bane impression, but he like never like finished the outfit, so to speak. So, hey, that's him. But he's a funny guy. He does things like that. It's kind of weird going through this area because it always reminded me of that God, what's that one zone in World of Warcraft and Outland? It's the like swampy one. It's very much like this, where it's sort of like a blue, swampy area. I always liked going through that area and questing. It was fun. Are you smart enough to get over here? Like, fully? No. No, you have doubts. I get it. It's like we're in a living, breathing world! Actually, I've never tried this. Well, this is the second time I played Scholar, so I probably, you know, not really saying much. Can we pull him? Yeah, we did it! We poisoned him! Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. This is one thing, too, right? Like, I don't actually mind Dragon Rider, like as like a mini-boss type of thing, but just as a boss, he's just really lame. Like, he's not even really impressive looking. Like, he's just a big guy in armor, which is a lot of enemies in the game, which would fit for like a mini-boss, you know, kind of like how that one, I forget what he's called in Dark Souls 1, but it's that knight that appears in Undead Parish, like at the altar, and appears in the Painted World. You know, like that guy like serves as a decent like expansion on basic enemy, but now it's like a big beefy knight dude. I think Dragon Rider fits that role perfectly fine, right? But they make him a boss, then they repeat him. With all the fiber of my being, it is eh. Well, that's Yorm dead. Yeah. I mean, Yorm at least has like a unique gimmick to him, but at the same, like. I'd say like the difference between like Yorm and Dragon Rider sort of at the same time is like Yorm has like a gimmick to him, and Yorm is big enough to warrant like actual intimidation because like he's a giant, right? Like he's massive. Dragon Rider is just a little taller than us. And he's not that fast. So it's kind of that thing where you're sitting here going, this is an enemy that feels like it should be super strong, but it doesn't really act like it's super strong, and the game expects you to think it's super strong. You know, it's just kind of sitting here like, eh. Pressing X to doubt that Dragon Rider is actually tough. Wow, man. Wow. Should we give him some time? see if we can figure out how to get around, you know, the pole. The little staircase that's here. Wow. Living, breathing world. Remember that. Are you going to retreat back into your cave? Come on, Shrek. Get hyped for Shrek 5. It's going to be fucking something. Not going to say great. What build should I do in DS2? I'm going to make a new person and commit. Hex build. Hex build is definitely very fun. Ah! What the... Move. Live frame +2. Singer's dress. Put the dress on. I have to sing opera the entire rest of the stream for the next, like, 5 hours. It would be nothing but Vort's Phase 2 theme just over and over and over. Hello, snipey lady. Look, living, breathing world. He doesn't care. His mistress is getting fucked by somebody else. He's a cuck. Peak cuck energy. I remember you recommending it, and I made the character, but didn't actually get in there. Yeah. Well, the weird thing about like hexes is that it takes a little bit to get hexes set up. Like they're not one of those things that you just kind of start with, like you have with other builds. You know, like you can immediately start with something reminiscent of a tank build, glass cannon build, sorcerer, pyromancer. A hex build you kind of have to prepare for. If you guys want to play stupid games, win stupid prizes. There hasn't been a single time in DS1 or 3 where I had to whittle down enemies, and I suck at DS1 especially. It's just one of those things. I bet the reason these guys aren't activated right is probably because... Oh, here we go. I hadn't crossed the arbitrary threshold, which was apparently this crack. This crack makes them angry. I have broken their mothers' backs. In this game, I'm constantly drawing enemies away, and some people can say that that's good difficulty, but all the time? You have to gank me all the time? Yeah. I mean, it's just that thing where you could like, you can have encounters with several enemies, right? But when you do it all the fucking time, I bet that if you ratioed out, like, every encounter in the game, right? Every specific encounter in a specific location, I bet that you would get a staggeringly high percentage where it's just multiple enemies in space. And that's the challenge, right? That's it. There's no other gimmick to it than just lots of enemies in one spot. Like we're talking at least like upwards of 70% probably. Dang, Aldrich just killed me. Oh no! To be fair, Aldrich does have one of the most bullshit moves in the game with his arrow shit, so... I don't hold it against you. This is not a moment for me to say get good. This is a moment for me to say I get it. It's like they had a good vision for arrows with environmental traps, scripted encounters with pursuer, but they underutilized it. Yeah, I mean, again, it's just there's good ideas in this game. They're just squandered by a myriad of just the same idea, just repeated over and over and over and over and over. Fuck you. Go back to being a frog. Durability is such a weird stat in this trilogy, right? Just across the board. It's like there was a certain level of it in Dark Souls 1 where if you didn't pay attention to it, your weapon would break, but it would take a long time for it to break, unless you were just really bad at the game. And then this game does the complete opposite, where you're pretty much guaranteed to break your weapon unless you're paying very close attention to it. And then in Dark Souls 3, like, you have to try to break your weapon. Like, there's, like, in order to break a weapon in Dark Souls 3, you have to actively try, right? Most of the weapons have enough durability, and the durability system in general is just good enough. But just here, it's just like, what the fuck are you doing with durability? This is one of the few things that I like about Elden Ring is that they drop durability overall. I mean, to be fair, I think Sekiro did that first, technically, but I'm glad that Elden Ring did not continue it. So I guess the best way to put it. Hello, dwarves from areas that were previously not dwarvy. I still find it very funny how these guys look very similar to the Dwemer stuff from Skyrim. It's probably not intentional, but I think it is kind of hilarious. Oh, did you finish Sekiro? No, I've never finished Sekiro. I think I'm kind of burnt out on learning new shit from Software. I played a shit ton of Elden Ring for the Elden Ring video, and I'm just kind of like, I don't want to get good anymore, man. Like, I like playing the Dark Souls trilogy. Elden Ring is sort of my line. Sekiro is very different from that, and so it's just kind of out of my wheelhouse at this point. So I gave it a try, but it's just not my type of thing. Dancer always gives me trouble. Dancer is one of those fights where the gimmick of the fight is sort of built into the way the moveset works, which I think is kind of cool, but at the same time, it's like, I can understand why people would have issues with it. Okay. You guys insist on passing me, I'm okay with that. That was really weird. It's like they both tried to hit me, and I just like right between them. Real voice leaked.
Hey guys! Let's play some Dark Souls! Woo!
Are you working for DreamWorks? Oh. Remember when mini-bosses were strategically separated away from enemies so you could deal with them one-on-one? I do. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Like, imagine if Dark Souls 3 put the Iron Dragon Slayer mini-boss version surrounded by locusts. right? Or surrounded by the Ring City Knights. Like, imagine that. Imagine how annoying that would be as a combat encounter. That would just suck. Angara's out here playing like it's Bloodborne and face tanking the hits. Well, I mean it's kind of working. So here we go, Velstadt. I want the twinkling from Cloan. This is one significant problem with Dark Souls 2 bosses as well. Like just the buffing in between phases. Like that's a long wind up with a big punishable window. One thing I don't like as well is when bosses speed up just to hit you while you're healing. That's just annoying. You gonna get Velstadt's helm for Fume Knight fight? No, we're committed. We're committed to Havel. That man has no mass. He just floats while jumping. The buffing that you can't stop, by the way. Yeah, that's true. No, don't block. Face tank, damn it. Yeah, the buffs are annoying. At least Artorias, you could stagger him out of it. Yeah. Well, it creates a unique dynamic when you can stagger them out of it, right? You know, it amplifies the threat in a way that you can affect, right? It's kind of so... Like, part of the reason why I go back to Ornstein and Smo being a fantastic fighter is because of the options within it, right? Like, with Ornstein and Smo, you can, you know, going in, you have to make a decision about which Phase 2 you want, right? And that depends on, do you want a particular soul? Do you want the extra Leo ring? Do you think one boss is harder than the other, so you want a bigger challenge or you want a lesser challenge? You know, there's a lot of dynamics in the Ornstein and Smo fight, right? But this fight was just guy with big mace, adds dark damage, might cast a spell every once in a while, and he charges up and you can't stop it, right? It's just kind of there, and you don't have any choices. I'm glad that they improved this from Dark Souls 1 where you don't have to reload the game. I am glad that it's just an instant sort of thing. Alright, open sesame, because the game wants us to take extra time to open doors, apparently, instead of just giving us a fucking key. Or some magical artifact that when we get close it unlocks. That'd be nice, instead of having to equip a ring over and over. Also, I'm kind of looking forward to retiring from Software's stuff at a certain point, just because I've kind of covered everything I wanted to cover for the most part. You know, the last things are going to be this Elden Ring video, and then sort of talking about the bosses of the Dark Souls trilogy. After that video, I don't think I'll make any more Souls videos unless I get really impassioned by something. I cannot wait for the future of From Software vid. I don't know, like with everything that's been going on with Elden Ring, and then like the stuff I've been hearing about Sony buying out From Software, I'm just like, yeah, I think I'm glad I'm getting out now. You know, with Sony's history of screwing shit up, I'm kind of glad I'm moving past the studio at this point. Aldia's Keep is the reason poison arrows are necessary for a DS2 run. I know, right? It's basically like a mini-boss gauntlet on top of an invader, if you talked to the guy previously, and then a boss. So it's a very fickle experience. Don't you just love this shit? Dude, stay on the ground so I can hit you. You keep running away. Quit being a chicken. Dude, can you, like, stop moving, please? Motherfucker, get back down here. Holy shit. This boss is so boring. You are absolutely right, Sheep. Oh, fuck you for being so boring. Fuck you. Most of that combat was dealt with poison. Dragon Airy, give me the feather, you fuck. Only way to go offline on DS2 is to pull the plug on the Wi-Fi, man. I'm on console and that shit is so annoying. Yeah. I mean, it's very telling that the other games don't have that same restriction, right? It's only Dark Souls 2. And again, that probably comes back to why people like the PvP of it, is because you can be as obnoxious as possible You know, no matter what state you're in, you can get invaded. No matter what you're dealing with in-game, the game will probably try to fuck the player like that. You know, like, look at that. I was aiming at a guy, target the guy behind me instead. Like, the game already has problems. So, like, fuck. An invasion on top of spam, on top of low durability, on top of, like, extreme status effects, on top of ambushes, on top of grabs that can usually kill or come very close to killing in a single hit. Like, you're talking all those elements on top of each other at once. I hate how the breath knocks you down in all the Souls games. I'd rather receive more damage ticks and not be staggered. It would make fire defense more useful. Yeah, I wish they did something more unique with fire instead of just it being a generic sort of attack most of the time. Like I think it should burn you and do like damage over time while you're in the cone, but I don't think it should stun you. You know, because fire doesn't stun you by just existing, right? It's funny that blue cloud cures poison. Ah, man, the more I hear about that stuff, the more I look into like little things that Dark Souls 2 does uniquely. It's one of those things where like, where did all this effort go for the basic mechanics? You know what I mean? It's like, you put all this niche shit in the game, why can't you get hitboxes right? Why can't you get, you know, the iframes to be the same as the previous game? You know? Why is durability fucked up? You know, it's just like, why is so much shit fucked up, but all these niche little things are neat? Wow. Oh, damn. Shard. Shard! Fuck you, game. I'm gonna kill him by breaking his toe 100 times over. This is a shit-ass boss. There are no truer words that have been spoken. I mean, fuck this guy. Super boring. Hey, but real quick though, this boss or Bale, which one you fighting? Like, are you asking which one I hate more, or which one that I like more? Me personally, I'm going Ancient Dragon. I'd rather be bored than pissed off. I mean, after fighting after fighting Bale several times over, I think Bale has more redeeming qualities than the Ancient Dragon. I think the Ancient Dragon is sort of a simple bad, in that it's really boring to fight and tedious and kind of stupid. I think Bale is one of those things you can still have fun with, even though I think he does have significant issues. So, if I had to pick one to keep, I'd keep Bale. I think Bale is a better boss than Ancient Dragon, but that's not saying much. I would just never fight him and deal without the extra giant soul for Vendrick. That's true. I mean, we don't really need to get every single giant soul for Vendrick. I almost want to slot in Gale for the rest of your explanation because it'd be the most hilarious hot take of all time. Yeah. Time. Bengaris, don't you want to interact with the environment and fight these fair enemies with great hitboxes? No. Short answer is no. Goodbye, Vendrick. Fuck you. Really need to get the coiled sword fragment. I'm down to my last 2 homeward bones. Yeah. I'm glad they introduced like a rechargeable version of that, or like an infinite version of that in Dark Souls 2. I will give Dark Souls 2 that. I'm really glad that they invented something like the Aged Feather and then later the coiled sword fragment. It's nice. That way you don't have to have so much limited shit. Why did you do that, you fucking moron? What the fuck was that? I went to hit the attack and my character decided to parry for some reason. Ah, you fucking moron. We're doing perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. I like how we died to Throne Watch and Defender because my character did the wrong action and then got stun locked to death. So what's that make? Like 2 boss deaths? Both of them to multiple enemy bosses, and one of them because my controls just did the wrong fucking thing? Fuck you. Fuck off, Nishandra. Fuck you, Aldia. You're such a lame fight. What is your favorite DLC of DS2? Ooh. I might go with Aleum Lois just because I like snow. In terms of bosses, I enjoy the fire DLC more. Like, I like fighting Alon, and I like fighting the Burnt Ivory. Or I like fighting Alon, and I like fighting the Fume Knight. Tough because they're all so good. Yeah. But, I like the aesthetic and the sort of design of the Aleum Lois one, how you cycle through it twice, and on the second time you have alternate pathways that open up. I like that idea. I think it's decently well done. The only problem is that you're going through the same shitty encounters over and over, which is sort of the main issue. This DLC is definitely my least favorite. I think all the bosses have issues. And I really hate the puzzle nature of trying to get around in this fucking place. And there's the lottery on whether you get to fight Velstad again with a lot. Yeah, that's one of the chief reasons I do not like this DLC. It's really fucking stupid to have a boss that can summon a bunch of little skeletons, or a second fucking boss at random. That shit's stupid. It's like saying the first boss that you encounter in Anor Londo is either going to be Gwendolyn or Ornstein and Smo, but you have to do either of them, and it's up to complete chance. You have no choice. That's just how it is. It's just a fuck you moment. Regular reminder that this is the game in the trilogy that won Game of the Year. I know, it's very telling that the one with the most problems wins Game of the Year. If that didn't show you journalists are fucking idiots, then here we are. Of course, she'd start that animation right as I'm healing. Fucking hell. You know, I bet because Dark Souls 2 won Game of the Year, that's why From Software made things extreme in Elden Ring. It seems like the more extreme and stupid they make things, the better, the more rewards they get. Fuck you. Look at that obsessive tracking in the air, you see that? Fuck you, piece of shit. Game, what are you doing? What are you fucking doing, game? Oh my god. The fuck was that? I'm trying to back up and attack him and then flips my weapon around to attack the bugs. I hate so much that they can heal in this fight. It's like, you don't think it's already fucking... Game, stop doing the attacks that I'm not telling you to fucking do. That is the attack I was trying to tell you to do, over and over and over. You keep fucking with me. Fuck you. If you had to pick one of these people to serve and be under, who would it be, Gwendolyn or Guinevere? Serve and be under? Guinevere? Because tits? Especially if I have the option to be under her? It seems a bit like a loaded question. See, my thing, this is similar to, like, the kill, bang, marry sort of questions, in a way. It's one of those things where I feel like there'd be a... Like, there'd be some interesting questions that come up as a result of picking those things. Hey, here's a fun one. Kill, bang, marry. Melina, Firekeeper from Dark Souls 3, and the doll from Bloodborne. Oh my god, that's hard. Marry Melina, bang the Firekeeper, and kill the doll. I'd probably agree with that. I feel like the Firekeeper would know some freaky tricks. And Melina doesn't seem bad. I'm sorry, Melina, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to marry the doll. I know and bang Firekeeper. Melina, especially if you do the Frenzy Flave ending with her emo chick. Yeah. This area is just cancer. I mean, of all of the areas they've, like, created, I don't think this is the worst. I think it has issues. It's also kind of repetitive because it's essentially the same challenge over and over and over in a tiny area. But I do think that there's some, there are some redeeming qualities to this. I'm kind of bored talking about the game. Do you guys want to talk about anything else? When people say DS2's DLCs are amazing, I can't help but wonder if they notice that all it does is troll, troll, troll. Trick, spam, deceive, that's it. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a significant, like, you know, it's that thing where I feel like the people that are the actual masochists of the community love DS2 because it just kills you over and over and over and over. it's not about the challenge, it's just about the death, right? I think that's part of the reason why a lot of people have such sort of mixed opinions on Dark Souls 2 versus the other games, is just because it kills you so often in so many bullshit ways. Who on earth would say the DLCs are amazing? Domo. Yeah. Other than the Fume Knight and Sir Alon, I feel they're pretty forgettable. Yeah, I mean, I'd largely agree. You know, Sir Alon and Fume Knight are probably the best fights. They're definitely the best fights in the DLC. Yeah, I mean, I think there's redeemable aspects of... Like, I think you could tweak a lot of the fights in the DLCs to make them more engaging. Right? Like, I think Ava, like, on her own, isn't that bad of an idea. I think you just need to fix some of the hitbox issues that she has. The duplication of that, fuck no. I think the Burnt Ivory King fight is a really cool gimmick, but it's one of those gimmicks that requires you basically to finish the DLC before you get to it, which is kind of the part that gets me, right? It's like all this work. Yeah, this is one thing I thought of now is, like, we probably just could keep going as long as we need to, and whenever we need to transition to the next DLC, we can do that whenever we need to. Like, I keep thinking of, like, I mean, I should probably split these up just for organization's sake. Like, this stream should be the Dark Souls 2 one, this one should be the Dark Souls 3 one. It's like, there comes a point where I could probably just say, fuck it, pretty confidently. Bye! 21. Iron Passage. We're about to get fucked. This is where your shit gets pushed in. Trying to understand the new memes is so frustrating. They're just too brain rotty. I would agree. I miss the early days of YouTube and the meme-worthy videos we got. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of a person that I try to take the good with the bad, right? Like, there's a lot of cool stuff on YouTube now that wasn't there in the beginning that I'm glad we do have now. There he is. Dude, turn around! Attack! Wow, it even slows your turning around speed. What the fuck is this? Dude, I can't turn my character. What the fuck? Seriously, I could not turn my character right there. What the fucking shit, game? See, like that, like I can't turn. Like, I can't even turn. Right? I think they buffed that in this game compared to the old one. Because I don't remember that turn being a restriction. I legitimately don't know what's causing the turning issue. Like, I can't consistently turn around. Like, when I was trying to move earlier, I wasn't able to, like, turn like this using, like, my WASD. You know, like there's no camera there, right? I don't know what was causing it to fuck up, but it was fucking up, so. I think it's because Vangeris is fat rolling and the dudes that slow you down made him overloaded because they increase your equip load. Ah, I can see that. I guess it's one of those things where they add just a flat value to whatever. I am not doing that lock on, like, stop. The game is doing that sometimes. Fuck you, Smelter. Holy shit. So many of these fights are so boring to fight in a tank form. It's just such annoying shit. Poison arrows change the game. I mean, just fundamentally. They fundamentally change the way the game's difficulty works. When you can just snipe enemies from far away, poison them, and wait. I mean, the game already gives you a ton of healing options, so it's like... It's not like they're going to be able to stop you. Now that is a good fight. He was tough, but still had his openings. He fought well, we were trading damage. Just casually first trying the hardest boss in the game. I don't think he's the hardest boss in the game, I think he's definitely the best boss, though. Who would you say is the hardest? I'd probably put Lud and Zalin as the hardest, because they both hit incredibly hard, and they can double up on top of you. And that's pretty much my pick for the hardest one in the game, overall. I think early game, there can be an argument made for different ones, but it's one of those things where, like, in the grand scheme of things, I think that just, you know, like you can out-level some of the bullshit in the early game, right? In the late game and the DLCs, you can't out-level some of this shit, you know? Fuck you. We'll see what happens next time, so... Oh, come on. I'm trying to outro. You know what? Fuck this. Not given the satisfaction, dickhead. It's really weird playing this game the way I do, because, like, in order to have the weapon accurately hit the enemy, you basically have to give up movement controls in order to make the weapon hit accurately. It's very weird. It's like you have to relinquish movement so your attack can go through properly. It's very strange. It's very strange indeed. It's one thing I always found weird about the Poison DLC by comparison to this is like these enemies get stun locked, but the ones in the Poison DLC do not. I've never understood that. I guess they just have more poise for whatever reason. Ow. Boss 1 down. One thing that I kind of like about this DLC, but is also sort of a mixed bag aspect of this DLC, is how you essentially go through it twice in order to complete it. And while that gimmick is something I think can be interesting in terms of going to areas that you couldn't access before, but they're now opened up, while I like that aspect of it, I don't like how there's a lot of arbitrary barriers where you can't backtrack, right? Like, you have to go through this in a linear fashion, right? Like, if there was a little, like, ladder here to get back up there and go back down that way, like, if there were shortcuts, right? Like, easy to find shortcuts like that, you know, that linked pathways where you could go backwards through them, I think that would go a long way towards dealing with the problem of just being forced through the DLC area again, you know? Because you're kind of forced through it the same way each time. And I'm not a fan of that. I don't mind going back through an area again with new content, but the way it's sort of done is something that gives me pause for thought. Alright, now begins one of the most... what I would consider to be one of the stupidest encounters, like, ever, right? This enemy is just... like, this enemy is one of the ones that genuinely makes me question. It's like, do the developers plan this enemy to be as stupid as they were? Like, enemy doesn't do anything. Like, they actively just get in the way and just lead you around to areas. Look at that shit, man. Mid-roll backstab. Watch, this will be the only thing that kills us. This fucker right here. That'll be the only thing that kills us in the DLC. Oh, there's another death. That one was actually my fault, just because I wasn't playing smart. Alright, now let's play this the boring way. The way that helps us deal with the issue here. Hooray for boring! I guess one of the biggest problems with this DLC, or with all the DLCs actually, is just there are good ideas that are here if they were more developed, right? Like I feel like a lot of these ideas, if they were made by the A-team, they would have been interesting. Right? Like a roly-poly enemy, like these little things, I feel like could serve as like little miniature encounters here and there, right? But when you put multiple of them right next to each other and they do absurd damage, they're just overpowered and annoying, right? But in isolation, they're not that bad of an enemy. But they just copy and paste shit just over and over and over. And this little, like, snowball effect, this is a cool little environmental thing, right? I'll give Dark Souls 2 that. It's a cool little environmental thing, kills enemies, also creates a shortcut. It's neat, but it's surrounded by bullshit. So much of this is surrounded by bullshit. Multiple of them together, and then that gank spot with golems as well, which is insane. Yeah, it's just... it's sort of the... I guess that's one of the things that makes Dark Souls 2 and Elden Ring kind of unique in the way their problems work, is that their problems are on the core philosophy level, right? Which is not the same as, say, like Dark Souls 1 or 3, when you talk about their problems. You know, because when you look at, like, Dark Souls 1 biggest problems, most of Dark Souls 1's biggest problems usually come from very specific design choices in very specific areas. You know, like, Bed of Chaos has significant issues because of the way the boss design sort of, like, works. Excuse me. You know, it's not really that, like, the core gameplay mechanics are broken in some way. You know, it's that the boss has significant issues by comparison to everything, like every other boss, basically. You know, Dark Souls 3 has similar things, right? It's like the combat works. You know, like there's no real problem with the combat except for, like, maybe a bad weapon input here and there. You know, but then you get to stuff like Yorm and his gimmick, and it's just a completely fucked up gimmick, which requires the player to do so much to play the encounter the way the developers wanted you to play the encounter. You know, like, there's a lot of, like, very oddly specific things that the developers of Dark Souls 1 and 3 just kind of fuck up. Whereas with Dark Souls 2 and Elden Ring, we have the issues of just the game philosophy has changed. You know, just overwhelm the player constantly. And it's a philosophy both games have, but the way they go about it is different. You know, because on the one hand, you have in this game, it's overwhelm with numbers, right? Like, just overwhelm with tons of numbers of tons of enemies that deal more damage than the grouping is balanced for, right? It's that kind of shit. And then with Elden Ring, you know, it overwhelms you just by pure sheer, I almost want to say animation, just because the bosses have so much crazy shit going on during the encounters with them that it becomes sort of a mess when fighting them sometimes, just because their combos go on forever and you can't see half the shit because they're exploding all the time. You know, it's a long series of sort of the same problem corrupting Dark Souls 2 and Elden Ring that you don't get in the other games, right? Like, there's very specific problems in the other games that are usually locked to a particular area or a particular boss or a particular enemy, you know, or a particular encounter, right? Like, it's not a universal problem that spans the entirety of the game. But for Elden Ring and Dark Souls 2, it's largely the same problem, just over and over and over, of just overwhelm the player by any means necessary. And within those any means necessary, we have, you know, the case of spam and just overwhelming it just by pure numbers. You know, and then we have an Elden Ring where they just overwhelm by just making the bosses and enemies just ridiculous with their combos going on forever, crazy high damage, you know. Like this game spams you more than Elden Ring does, but Elden Ring has a lot more sort of like just giving every boss too many unique ways to kill you. Look at this amazing encounter with women. Just tons of women. Fuck you, kitty. Bad kitty. Bad kitty. Angarus' words cannot describe the unbridled rage I will feel if you first try the boss. Well, here we are. So, has Scholar changed any opinions in your second ever playthrough? There are some things where I can see where they were trying to go with some of the ideas, you know? And upon replaying it, there are certain parts that I think work a little better in Scholar. Like, I know I made fun of the Undead Chariot horse reappearing, but I kind of like that area is a good arena to fight a boss in. Now, granted, you could probably cheese it real easy, but I do think overall that that's a better encounter, fighting the Undead Chariot boss again as a mini-boss, rather than fighting like all the knights, all the knight archers that are in there. Because dealing with the knight archers and those dwarven, I keep saying dwarven, those gold dudes are just really tedious. It's tedious to fight any of them normally with poison arrows, which is a great workaround. It's also tedious. Like, there's no real way to deal with them without it being tedious, right? But I think having the Undead Chariot there is an improvement. So there are little things like that that I think are improvements in different ways. But for the most part, it's just more of the same type of shit. So it's largely the same. I'd only say that some of the changes can be interesting. The Fragrant Branches of Yore changes, I think, are absolutely fucking retarded. That's probably my biggest criticism of Scholar outside of the spam. It's just, you give us so many opportunities to waste that resource. To which I would say, fuck you, developers. Like, what I think the Fragrant Branches of Yore should have been, I think there should have been one in the game, and it works like a key, where you can unlock multiple things with a single item. but maybe it takes a certain amount of your health off or something. Right? Like, I would take that trade-off rather than having just arbitrary restrictions just because. Again, it kind of comes back to that thing where imagine Dark Souls 2's content made with sort of the level of care that Dark Souls 3 was made, right? I think that would make Dark Souls 2's content much better. And can you imagine if we got a Souls game with 42 bosses where all 42 bosses were actually good? And they didn't reuse shit over and over? And even if they did, it, like, meant something? I think it'd be great. No, why'd you do that? 25. Still only just over double the amount of deaths from DS1. Yeah. Well, the main thing is sort of like the ratio, right? And like how many times have we died to a boss so far? I think it's 3 in total still, because Luden's all we did in a single go. Well, all the cat bosses we've done in a single go this time. You know, like I think like breaking down the deaths is going to be the fun thing, which I might take a tally of like what each death came from, and I might break it down into something like interesting. I forgot to eat my root. I think this fight, more than any other, just kind of shows how the AI are really weird, the way they work. Like, in terms of aggro. Like, the aggro just seems all over the place. Yeah, I mentioned that too. They start off aggro to you regardless of positioning. They also just randomly aggro while fighting you, right? They're just randomly switching aggro. It's one of those things that kind of like multiple enemy encounters in FromSoft games usually point out that From Software is not good with multiple enemy encounters for the most part. Like, they tend to not be good at that at all. Very few times has it gelled very well. I mean, even like in some of their better encounters, like Ornstein and Smo, for example, it's like those enemies still... Like, the reason that they work well together is because they work differently to each other. Like, they're not the same type of enemy. So they move differently, and even then they can still get in each other's way and kind of fuck up, you know, fighting you. You know, it's a weird thing where just they're not good at multiple enemy encounters. You know, it's just not a strong suit, which is again why Dark Souls 2 and to an extent Elden Ring as well now, just multiple enemy encounters with a bunch of tough enemies is just usually not a good way to go for combat. It's like I smack him, and then he decides, nah, I'm not dealing with you. Dealing with other guy. It's over, dude. It's over. I win. Satisfaction, buttholes. Alright, so we finished that run with 25 deaths total. So for Dark Souls 1, we died 11 times. For Dark Souls 2, we died 25 times. I'm going to go back through these streams before we get to the final Dark Souls 3 one, and then we're going to do a sort of a counter of how much of these deal with dying to a boss versus a group of enemies versus a misadventure, right? I'm going to try to keep it to those sort of 3 things. Yes. Let's go female, just so we can hear the screams and have it be funny when we get hit. As we've talked about previously, since it's going to take forever to get Havel's gear in this game, we're probably going to focus just a glass cannon-ish build until we can actually get his stuff. Like, we'll focus strength and health back and forth until both of those stats get to where we want them. Then we'll probably dump the rest into endurance and equip load, just as we sort of come to more levels. Fuck you! Dark Souls 3 is my pride and joy. I have done so much on it. No, stop parrying! Gunder, please! That makes you think, what would Domo's tier list of the games be? Dark Souls 2 at number 1, and number 2, and number 3, and number 4. Then maybe maybe Bloodborne after that. I feel like he would be a Bloodborne over Dark Souls 2 kind of guy. It would have to be DS2, DS1, DS3, right? With DS3 being trash to him. Yeah, that would probably be the logical thing. just because he brought up a lot of the complaints people had of Dark Souls 3 being a shameless cash grab, which is utterly retarded to think about while ignoring Scholar. It's like, come on, you have to have a brain cell. You have to understand that comparing Dark Souls 3, an entirely different game in this trilogy, to Scholar, a revamped game of the original with just some switches around in terms of where stuff is. Like, comparing those two is like comparing those two and then calling Dark Souls 3 a cash grab is retarded, right? You have to be functionally retarded to make that connection. I always love when they bring up Anne Orlando as if it reuses the entire area. It's like all they reuse is pretty much the cathedral, and that's it. It's like, when you really get down to it, Anne Orlando is basically just a footnote in Dark Souls 3. It's like, yes, this thing existed. Here's the cathedral and the boss room. That's about it. I think you'd rather pretend 1 or 3 never happened. There's potential to that. I think it's fan service done right with Anne Orlando in DS3. I would agree. I think it's a good way to incorporate previous lore into the current game. You know, it's a lot better than just, you know, reusing stuff in general, right? Which I don't mind. I don't mind them reusing stuff. It's the context around reusing stuff. All right, let's see if we can get this jump correct. Oh, first try. And what I love about these games is you see a place you can go later. And it's actually right there. It's not a tower that's going to teleport in different directions. So, hot take, this might be my first one. I do not like Frida. I actually find her pretty boring. I mean, I can see that. There's a lot of stuff in her fight that some people could find boring. I don't personally think she's boring, but you know, I think I can definitely see where you're coming from on that. 3 phases after the initial shock value just doesn't hit for me. Yeah, I could definitely get where you're coming from on that. I think the biggest problem with her is that it's sort of it's a fight that feels like it should end twice before it actually does end, and that's kind of part of the problem. You know, it's like you beat her regularly, you know, then you beat her in her like next form or whatever, and then you beat her again. Like, see if any boss can kill you twice this run. That's the true question. Can any boss kill us twice? I'm trying to go through my head and think about which bosses have the highest chance of killing us. I know Frida's up there, just because she's very difficult, along with the status effects, the long combos, the healing, and the multi-combat in Phase 2. That's probably the highest one or the one that has the highest chance of killing us, just because there's a lot of, like, stuff in the fight that could catch us out, you know, if we make mistakes and stuff. I'm trying to think of it now. I guess we could just go down the boss list and just see which ones we think might be a problem. Baby Gunder wasn't that big of an issue. See, Vort will probably not be too bad. The Curse Rod of Greatwood I've had different levels of problems with as I've played. Sort of like that might have a chance of killing us just because of the gimmickness of it. I doubt it. Not even the DLC can oppose Fingers. I'm actually not that worried about the DLCs, to be completely transparent. Like, I feel pretty confident with most of those bosses. Frida's the only one that's an outlier, just because she has the most stuff in her fight that would fuck with us. So that's kind of where we're at in terms of that being problematic. You know, in terms of like which fight would actually be a hindrance in a run. I mean, the Abyss Watchers have killed me before, but I've also been able to deal with them pretty easily on most runs, so they might have a chance. I mean, Aldrich has his arrows, which could be sort of an instant death thing. Yorm's gimmick's annoying, but I can probably deal with that. Sullivan's one I tend to get stuck on, not in terms of like dying to him a bunch, but just he's a fight I tend to do poorly in, for the most part. So he might be one that is not really a roadblock, but he's one that could be the most problematic, if that makes sense. Alright, Estus Ring. Estus Ring buttholes. First try, I hate it here. That was actually one of the few times where I've done it first try, so this is pretty rare even for me. Ironically enough, I don't think we're going to die to bosses. I think we're more likely to die to very specific encounters in the game. What did it feel like when you were publicly humiliated by Domo? I don't know. I don't really know what you're talking about. I mean, if he calls me a piece of shit in the comments or a Dark Souls 1 fanboy, it's like, okay. You do you, man. He made a response video to you. There's no way he made a response video to me that quickly, right? There's no way. He made a giant video to, like, the whole thing. Would you say that DS3 has the most obnoxious dogs? Maybe? I mean, I don't like the dogs in most of the games. I mean, as I've said multiple times, the best dog is Sif, and that's about it. All the rest of them, I think, kind of suck. I think Dark Souls 3 ones are the weirdest because they, like, teleport behind you. That's one of the weird things of, like, why is that a thing? He did, Vangaris? Oh, he did? Well, okay. He made a 43-minute video, and you are labeled the Mauler Defense Force. Oh, thank you, Domo. Thank you. Maybe Mauler will let me on EFAP now. That'd be fun. So he made a 43-minute video dedicated just to me? That'd be kind of funny. That's the thing, though. How would he manage to get a 43-minute video out that quickly after working on the 2-hour one? Like, that's got to be a quick turnaround. I bet he'll cherry-pick every point I made just because he did the same thing with Mauler. Please don't make us watch it. Please don't make us. Hilarious. I mean, we quit his series because of the brain rot. I don't really want to go back to the brain rot again. I also don't want to start, like, a feud, you know. I think he makes a lot of good points in favor of Dark Souls 2 having some interesting things that can work that Mauler got wrong, but I think for the large part he is doing the thing of misrepresenting a lot of things from the other games. Mainly super niche things that happen once in a blue moon that happen regularly in Dark Souls 2 by comparison. But I mean, we've kind of made our point with that whole spiel. So we're going to move on from it. We're going to wash our hands of this brain rot. This is also one thing, too. I could tell Domo had seen something, or some of his viewers had seen something, because I had a sharp spike of dislikes on several videos. It's amazing that we can fight this badly over the internet, over a video game. It's kind of hilarious in and of itself. No matter which side of the argument you're on, it's kind of funny how we spend so much time dedicated to just being mad at each other. When you watch the video, will you give your thoughts on it in the server? Well, I mean, I don't plan to watch it. I'm not going to be the reply guy, right? I'm not going to get into a fight where we throw videos back at each other over and over. Someone recommended I watch his stuff. I watched his stuff. I was bored out of my mind with it and thought he made a bunch of bad points. That pretty much sums up the entirety of the streams. It's right, like, I'm not here for the flame war, alright? He made his points, I made mine. Make your own decisions after that. I mean, if you guys... Like, if you like my content, like it, and like the videos. If you don't like it, dislike the videos, and move on. Like, it's just... That's just the way it is. I'm content with that being the way it is. If I get downvoted into oblivion, I don't really care, right? It's not like this is my livelihood. I'm doing this for the shits and giggles. Your points were bad, though. That's why Domo pwned you in the video. Okay. You keep telling yourself that. Aw, hell nah. He's here to hate. Yeah, well, I mean, I was just ranting about this to my wife, right? Like, if people want to hate your content, let them do it. If you're making a valid point, that will be self-evident. If you're not making a valid point, that will also be self-evident. New Vangaris puts his head in the sand in shame. I should get a hat that is just filled with sand and just say, this is my bubble hat. This is where I go whenever I don't want to hear other opinions. New cool channel is taken to the dungeons. Nah, don't take him to the dungeons. This is one thing. I'm very against blocking people in chat unless they're spamming like links to bad sites and shit like that. Like, I'm fine with people hating me in chat. I'm a free speech fundamentalist. Like, until it becomes an actual harmful thing or something bad's going down, I don't really care. You know, unless you're doing something actively harmful, I don't plan to ban you. So have at me. You give me the skewering I so much deserve, apparently. When I do my playful streams, I'm the same way. I don't like to feel like a dictator getting rid of people. Yeah. I think that shows more than anything just that you can handle, like, criticism, right? It's not gonna you know, destroy your blood pressure or your... Wow, I just had a tard moment. It's not going to just destroy your livelihood or your blood pressure to have people in the comments being like, hey, you got this wrong, fuck you, you're a insert negative phrase here. It's like, okay, I need to learn to live with that. It's the internet. And this is one thing, right? Like, I'm not really bothered if my videos get ratioed to hell and back, right? I mean, it's just a matter of, you know, do I feel comfortable with them? You know, and do I think there are genuinely mistakes being made here and there? You know, and sometimes there is. You know, there's a lot of instances where I got a lot of things wrong. So, you know, as long as I can have the self-awareness to understand that, we can move past it, improve, and make better videos in the future, and sort of rinse and repeat. You know, self-awareness, I think, is the biggest thing that's lost in a lot of people, and I think that's the problem. It's so funny that you've been making Domo jokes these past Dark Souls streams, yet you can't watch his response video. Well, I mean, we gave up on his response series because we were tired of watching it. I mean, he tends to make the same point about 3,000 times. You know, there's only so many times where I can, you know, be like, I disagree, and here's my rebuttal. You know, there's only so many times I can do that before I don't want to waste my time watching his stream anymore. Right? If you enjoy his streams, go enjoy them. Also, does this mean that you've been watching multiple streams here? Welcome, new channel. You're one of us. You're going to slowly metamorphose into the conglomerate that is this channel. End of the day, we disagree with him, and that won't change. The videos were a struggle, and I watched that full 2-hour defense. It was awful. I just searched the transcript, DW. So you didn't even watch the video? You just looked up a transcript of it? I'm a little confused. Smack that fat ass. Smack it. You're throwing poop at us. The number of people in the stream gets up sometimes. I wonder if people from that video just come here and lurk for some time. Lol. I mean, I figured. I mean, they might. I don't know. Maybe they're waiting to clip me saying something offensive or dumb, and that's why. Or maybe they're just genuinely curious and they're, you know, not here just to hate on the guy that criticizes Dark Souls 2 but still enjoys it. I don't know. The internet's a confusing place. I've watched only one Mahler video, which was of some Marvel movie where he calls Benedict Cumberbatch in 500 different ways, and it got unfunny in like 20 minutes. I mean, I like that kind of joke, but I can understand if it gets old after a while. It's actually funny. I've watched a lot less of his sort of more recent videos, but I've watched a lot more of his streams. I didn't even know he made videos about games, lol. He hasn't really made a video on a game, like a video in a while. I mean, because I think he did most of that in like 2017, I think around 2018, 19, he stopped doing that and focused more on the movie thing and EFAP, just because those are the things he's more interested in. Which I get. You shouldn't make a video on something you're not interested in. Or at least you don't have a strong opinion or a strong perspective on. I've only seen the DS2 vid, so I don't really have a connection with him. It just so happens that he says a lot about DS2 I agree with. Yeah. I mean, again, it should be about, like, whenever we're discussing things, it should be about ideas, not who's saying ideas. Right? Like, if a Nazi says water is healthy, that doesn't mean that water is bad because a bad person said water is healthy. Right? Like it doesn't mean water is incorrect. Huzzah! The water wet stream was class. It really is the classic EFAP moment when they're arguing over is water wet. There's some really good memes that come out of EFAP, man. It's just really funny. A lot of the boogie ones are just funny as hell. Blank is the only joy I have in life has gotten around so much that it's so much fun. Protein in urine is also hilarious, but for a lot of the wrong reasons. This is one thing. If we like Vort's Hammer enough, we could just say fuck it to the Havel thing. We don't actually have to be Havel only this entire run. I didn't plan this, but I'm really considering giving up on the Havel run and just doing like a fun meme run. It's over, Sage. I have the high ground. Haha! This might be one of my favorite levels from Dark Souls 3, just this whole cathedral area, just with how the shortcuts work and how many there are and how they get you all over the place. You know what? I think we will commit to this just having a fun build. I think we just say fuck it to the Havel thing. Based on how annoying it was to deal with as the game sort of went on, and how annoying I know being a tank build is in this game in general, I think we just say fuck it and just let's just beat the game and have fun. Behold, congregation, death ahead. This isn't fair, Vangara. Stop. They about ganked me. They about did it, which is the one thing I don't think this fight works well with, is the multiple enemy aspect of it, but as far as a gimmick goes, I mean, I like the gimmick, I just think there's too many enemies. Damn it. I failed really bad. There's the first death. It's to enemies. But, yeah, so from the previous runs, if you break up what the deaths were from, in between bosses, enemies in the world, and just misadventures, in Dark Souls 1, 8 of our deaths were to bosses, which is 73%. To enemies in the world, we had 3 deaths, which is 27%. Dark Souls 2, by comparison, flips that around, where we died 4 times to bosses, for 16% of our deaths. To enemies, we died 17 times, which was 68%, and then to misadventures, we died 4 times, which is another 16%. So it's kind of funny how the game that's known for spam killed us more often with enemies in the world than through actual boss encounters. Bit of Chaos is a crapshoot. No wonder so many people use an exploit for it. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things where I was recording like my runs through it, and I thought, you know, I wonder if the devs didn't intend for, like, I wonder if the devs intended for us to use a bow in that situation, because both areas like that you need to hit before you get to the middle are very easily sniped, right? Like really easily. Like they're not very well protected at all. So it's just one of those things where I'm wondering if they intentionally made the boss kind of a like I wonder if they just took the gimmick too far and didn't put a bow like outside the arena to like indicate, hey, use a bow or something like that. Like it just feels strange that the fight works very well if you have a bow, but if you don't, you're kind of screwed, right? And it's that weird thing where like it's a weird thing where I'm not really sure if that was an intentional thing from the devs or not. Oh, I'd love the big hat. The big hat would be cool. I already got a big goofy hat though. There's an interesting dichotomy here. It's like they like pointy hats and fire. I like fat hats and frost. We did it! Woo! I really wish you could actually like repair that and open this up. I feel like that was an idea at some point. Then they were just like, nah. One thing that's always been weird to me is how the upgrade systems have worked across the games as the franchise has gone on. It's kind of weird how like they scale up in different ways. Like in Dark Souls 1, you need 9 like Titanite shards to fully upgrade to like that tier, and then 9 large shards to fully upgrade to that tier. You know, then you have like different levels of chunks, and you get the slab at the end. And then in Dark Souls 2, it's like a more like even thing where it's like just, you know, 6 of each type and then slab. And then Dark Souls 3 has a thing where it's like, you know, it's like 2, then 4, then 6, 2, then 4, then 6, 2, then 4, then 6. You and then slab. And then you have the other shit with the special weapons taking like 1, 2, 4, and 6 and 8. It's just like so much. Like, I wonder why they keep moving it around so much across the different games. No, 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 no. Gas bad. Crazy Skeleman. Hey, it worked. Woo! DS3 does not need a remaster, Jesus. Yeah. I guess it's one of those weird things where just like this is the one thing, right? Like there are ultra fanboys of every type of game, and then there are like ultra fanboys of From Software in general, right? That want like everything remastered just so they can buy it again and have it work at like 4K speed or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what like optimal upgrades they'd make for this besides just making the frame rate higher, maybe? I don't know. Sony have remastered The Last of Us a ridiculous amount of times, yet haven't touched Bloodborne. It's so confusing. Well, that's... Is that a Sony thing, or is that just a studio thing, right? Because I know that... what's the studio that did Last of Us? I can't remember off the top of my head, but... Yeah, I know the studio that did The Last of Us needed some cash after The Last of Us 2 didn't do so well. It won like 1 billion awards, but apparently didn't sell very well. And cost like a fuck ton of money, so... Naughty Dog, yeah. It's just, yeah. But it just comes back to, like, make a game that's... Like, if your game's good and is, like... I think that remasters are a very weird thing. Right? Because on the one hand... you have like remasters of games that are brought into sort of a new sort of generation, if that makes sense. You know, like Dark Souls Remastered, it's kind of a good example of that. You know, they brought it into like the I don't know what console generation it was, but like they brought a game from the PS3 era into the PS4 era, right? Yeah, and that was something that like it brought like some optimization upgrades for like how that game works, right? But then you have remasters like the Resident Evil or like remakes, right, where they take the old game and ramp it up back to like they essentially take a game with an older style of playing and then bring it into like the modern age and like update it for like quality of life stuff, right? But that's when you get into the territory of all out like remakes, right? Which I mean, I've enjoyed like some remakes. You know, it's just we're getting into that realm where so many games are just like the 15th sequel of a franchise, like Call of Duty or Assassin's Creed, or we're getting things that are just sort of like parodies of itself. I'm honestly surprised they remastered Last of Us after that sequel. You'd think they lost a lot of fans with those story decisions. I mean, they did. They're remastering the sequel for PS5. I mean, they need something, right? Because I'm pretty sure The Last of Us 2 sold like a decent amount, but it was like crazy expensive to produce. I enjoyed the Resident Evil remakes mostly since I'm not good at the original tank control since I never played them at the time. I don't want to say the story is awful, but I am not a fan of a story that's desperate to be edgy and hopeless. I can agree with that, yeah. It can be done, but it has to be written extremely well, like Berserk. This was not a case of Berserk. Yeah. You know, it's been a real problem lately where a lot of developers just kind of put their own fan fiction into the story. Like it's not based off of anything that's like worthwhile for the story. It's just because they want to see like a gay romance in a video game, so they just make characters that weren't gay before gay for just because. You know, like it's not a part of their character so much as it's just a random. You know, it's one of those, it's like the thing where it doesn't feel natural. It feels like someone's taking two like dolls and just making them rub together. Like it doesn't feel like natural in that way. And this is one thing talking about Resident Evil. I've played the remakes of 1, 2, 3, and 4, and of all of them, the only game that I've played the original and the remake was 4, and I like the remake of 4 more than the original 4. The Ada voice actress is terrible in the remake of 4, though. That's probably the biggest drawback, I would say. But of all the Resident Evil games I've played, I've preferred the remake of 1. That's been my favorite. It has the least amount of problems, in my opinion, both in terms of how the story works as well as how the mechanics of the game work. It's gonna be interesting how the HBO show handles the sequel storyline. I heard they've canceled the threequel. Yeah, I think they can't. I don't think they've officially canceled 3, but they've basically said it's not looking good. I also like the remake of 4 more than the original. Ellie had good chemistry with that one girl in Last of Us 1. It felt natural, but it felt so forced and generic in the second game. Yeah, because people don't know how to write relationships anymore. It's like the relationship writing of a lot of games has just devolved into like porn writing. You know? Like, it's just like, we happen to be in the same place. I happen to like you. I happen to like you too. Let's fuck. And then we get a sex scene in a video game, which is like, what's the fucking... Like I'm not a... I'm just going to put this out there. I'm not a fan of sex scenes in general. Across, like, anything. right? I think they're largely useless. They're just gratuitous for the sake of having sex in your project, in my opinion. That is literally how it is, though. We don't get much chemistry, and boom, we get a sex scene, and now two characters are inseparable. Yeah. But one of the most annoying things I've dealt with in video games is when the game treats characters differently from how, like there's a, I don't know what you'd call it, but there's like a narrative divide between what the character, like how the character is treated by the game versus how we see the character through their actions in the game. You know what I mean? I complained about this in my Borderlands like run-throughs of stuff. It's like going through the Borderlands series of games. The series just kind of forgets that Lilith pushed Jack over the edge. And so all the problems and pain that Lilith goes through in Borderlands 2 are sort of her fault in a roundabout way. And that's a weird thing that I've found in the Borderlands series, is that it's a weird mix of... It's like they tried to do something in the pre-sequel and then radically fucked it up to the point that it ruins the context of the other games. You know, it's that weird thing where like one bad writing in one game can drastically fuck up everything you're doing. You know, like all it takes is one really, really bad writing choice, and you can fuck a character for the rest of the series. You know, unless you like identify the problem in the series and then have the character like grow through it. The Borderlands film is on Prime. Been tempted to watch it, but I know you were pretty critical of it. I've never played the games. Also, I heard that they were making a God of War TV show. It's DOA, if you ask me. Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't watch the Borderlands movie. It's just all the details that came out about it, and then after looking at the plot, just from like leaks and things, and seeing the plot afterwards, it should have come out in like 2015 with like a younger cast, right? And it should have followed Borderlands like 1, or maybe a mixture of maybe Borderlands 2, right? When Borderlands 2 was hot shit, and they had like the backing of like a very successful game. You know, this is like, this came out years afterward, right? And it's not even like a Borderlands story. Like, it doesn't match the plot of Borderlands 1, doesn't match the plot of Borderlands 2, doesn't even try to hybridize the two. Like, it's just a random plot with you know, it's sort of a skin suit with Borderlands stuff around it. And that's the problem, right? It's not an actual Borderlands story. I reckon God of War could work if they keep Christopher Judge as Kratos. I mean, we're kind of on the cusp of just a bunch of video game adaptations sort of becoming the new superhero thing. You know, like superheroes kind of had their time in the like late 2000s and 2010s. And now I feel like we're going to like transition into video game movies being the thing. Which, I mean, I'm not against. I mean, there's plenty of video games out there that I think would make for interesting movies. It's just a matter of making it work, which a lot of places can't make it work. They've been doing video game films and stuff for 25 years, just usually they're very poor. Yeah. I think the biggest problem with, like, just the transfer of the medium is you have to take something that's, like, just on the face of it, it's got a problem when it comes to, like, how you orchestrate the project, right? Because you've got a medium that is built around playing, you know, and then you're turning it into a medium where you don't play it, right? So you have to overcome that sort of difference, you know. And it's one thing too, like a video game is redeemable based on its mechanics, not based on like its story, right? Like, because if you want to play a video game, you're playing the video game, right? That's the main thing you do with video games, is you play them, right? The show is cooked. The showrunner stated he's not a gamer and won't even try to finish the game. That's a low... I mean, that's a low bar, man. The show is cooked. That's the newest gen term I could think to use for this situation. Cooked. Doom 2005 was a horrible film, but I enjoyed it for what it was. Yeah. Well, it's just a thing where people don't understand... Like, people just don't understand the appeal of certain franchises, which baffles me, right? Like Doom should be one of the easiest things to adapt in the world. right? It's just a guy going through hell, killing demons. That's it. That's not hard. It's like, why do you keep... Like, it should not be a horror movie. It should be an action... It should be a rated R, low-budget action movie where he just rips and shreds through a fuck ton of demons, you know, with a lot of gore, a lot of prosthetic effects, and just have that be the movie. Right? Like, you don't need anything else. Like, you know, that would be... It'd be a simple thing to make. It would be a really simple thing to make. Also watched the most recent Resident Evil film. They did Welcome to Raccoon City. Quite enjoyed it for what it was and the changes they made while staying kind of close to the game. I guess it's not even like the game is Dark Souls. They give you difficulty sliders and he won't even try to learn the controller. Wow. Wait, is this the same guy that failed to get past the Cuphead tutorial? And the guy who couldn't move his character and his camera at the same time in Doom Eternal? I swear, man, like the fact that they have like a journalist mode in some games is just reeks of just, you should not be reviewing this medium. If you're not good at playing video games, you probably shouldn't be a guy that reviews them. I read an interview, the guy who plays Yura and Shibiri in the Elden Ring gave talking about meeting Miyazaki and saying Sekiro was too hard. Miyazaki just laughed. That's pretty funny. That should work. It says his name is Ronald D. Moore. Well, that's not the guy I was thinking of, but still kind of funny. Now, I think one thing that would help video game adaptations in a way would be if they choose things that are more story-driven anyway. You know, like the Last of Us seems like a thing that would actually do pretty well, as a TV show, right? Like, I think TV shows are a better avenue for video game related things than movies, just because video games usually have much longer stories, just by virtue of being video games that take several hours to beat, as opposed to a film that might get maybe 2, 3, 4 hours, like max. Aha! Kicked his teeth in. Sweet. That's the guy who made Battlestar Galactica remake. I like him. Last of Us was okay. I expected more from it. He can stay over there then, Andrew. Yeah. I mean, I think just one thing too is you need to get people that care about the medium, right? You know, like when we go back and look at the Lord of the Rings trilogy, right? Like when you look at the Lord of the Rings trilogy, right? They very much cared about Tolkien's world and his vision and his creation when making the Lord of the Rings trilogy, right? Like the movies. They obviously cared about it, wanted to respect it, and wanted to do it justice, right? Even with the changes they made, they wanted to keep it in spirit of Tolkien's sort of, like, vision, right? You know, and because of that, you know, people were able to jump into the movies even if they had read the books and still enjoy them just because they're very well made and still in the spirit of Tolkien's work. You know, like if you're gonna make something, why would you want to make it if you don't care about it? You know, and we see that so much nowadays where people want to make their own thing, and so they just take they take their own story, write it, and then just throw an IP like skin suit over top of it and then call it that IP thing, right? You know, like look at fucking Velma, right? That is not a Scooby-Doo show. You know, we just see that so often, and it's frustrating. It's like there's so many good things that would work as a movie, and they just are too stupid to make it work. Like it baffles me. And when you're playing with like hundreds of millions of dollars, it's like, come on, like you should be able to afford people that can have like the most bare bones level of writing quality. Halo was another poor adaptation. Yeah, that too. Velma. Yeah, well, Velma's a good example. It's a project that basically got raped. A project that was basically raped by its concept. Coming from a black guy here, please stop palette swapping beloved characters. I don't feel enlightened or respected by it. I mean, Nerdrotic has made this point a lot, where like every time that they do these like race swap things, they're basically acknowledging their own sort of racism in a way, because it's like they don't believe a black character can carry his own his or her own sort of project, right? They have to have the white leftovers, as it were, and it's just so frustrating. that they think that, right? It's like there's, you know, well, it's like the recent Captain America movie, right? You know, it's like Sam Wilson was great as Falcon, but as Captain America, he kind of sucks. Partially because of the writing of that and in the Falcon and Winter Soldier TV show, but it's like you have the opportunity to do more cool shit, right? And they don't do more cool shit. Instead, they try to throw a mantle around to someone who's more diverse. You know, with them usually not earning it. And it's an insult to both the original character and the diversity hire that they've made to, you know, like take the role. It's just it's an insult to everybody. It sucks for everybody. It's one thing too is just go back to writing good characters. That's another problem. It's like the people who made The Witcher basically want the world but ignore the books. Was so proud of Cavill saying enough and leaving. I know Cavill is such a gem that needs to be ripped out of the shit pile. You know, it's like I don't care about Warhammer at all, but I would like to see his Warhammer thing just because Warhammer looks cool to me. So like I would like to actually look at it. You know, I would look at it, like I would be willing to watch it because I understand his passion for the things he cares about, and I believe he would do a good job at adapting it, and it looks cool. I heard Cavill was trying his damnedest to respect the source material and left when they failed. He was hired for being good, not because of wanting diversity. Yeah. There are cool black characters, but they would rather try and paint over existing white characters. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, growing up, right, like, I'm pretty sure like everybody that like grew up in like the like 90s and 2000s probably had a very like mixed palette of different sort of like characters that they enjoyed watching, right? Like when I grew up like watching like kids cartoons like Kids Next Door or something, you know, like you look at that crew, right? It's like number 1, number 2 and number 4 are white. You know, but number 3 is Asian and number 5 is black. It's like that never had any impact on me thinking any, like it made all the sense in the world, right? They're kids in a neighborhood doing fun shit. That was it. That was the end of it. You know, had nothing to do with race or gender or any crap, right? It's very simple. Just make good characters. You know, and just put them in an environment where it makes sense for them to exist. It's not difficult, right? You know? Like, I've pre-recorded a bunch of stuff for the gaming channel, and I went back through Assassin's Creed 4, you know, and I really like the, second mate character, the, I forget his name, it's, but it's like the black guy second mate on, Edward's on the Jackdaw, right? Like, he makes a lot of good points about, you know, how... You know, they tackled the concept of sort of racism and discrimination in a little conversation, and it was very well done. It was very realistic about sort of, you know, he might be black, but he's not going to fit in Africa because he's very Adewale. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, like they had a conversation about it where, you know, Adewale is like, I was basically born in the Caribbean with a bunch of like, you know, white people around. You know, and I'm very much culturally like them. So if I go back to Africa, like I'm gonna stand out like a sore thumb in that culture. You know, it's like he makes more sense in this culture. Oh shit. No. There are cool black characters, but they would rather. Yeah, okay. He was because he played and loved the games. Good on him fighting their BS. That's also true. Yeah. And somehow without ever realizing that you only build resentment for a character, especially if they clearly reflect the writer. Yeah, too many characters nowadays are just like a writer insert. You know, it's like you look at so many of, like, you know, like a lot of modern like games and TV shows. It's like, okay, okay, what's this character? It's a fat gay, it's a fat black lesbian. All right, well look at the writer. Oh look, surprise, surprise, it's a fat black lesbian. It's like, you know, and it's a surprisingly high frequency that like they're just, you know, they are the thing they're writing about. Which, again, that's not really like an issue that I take with it on the face of it, right? But it's sort of become the stereotype where they can't write a story about anyone other than their own demographic, which is kind of insulting in its own way to that demographic, right? Because it's, You know, because if the only, if the only person you can write about is someone that is exactly like you, then that shows that you have like no empathy towards other people and no like relatability to other humans outside of your own like sexual preferences and race. You know, which kind of shows your own racism, like your own discrimination. I can't believe we're ranting about this while playing this game. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny how the self-insert is always the center of attention and they never have a good personality yet somehow have friends, lol. Yeah, it's just Mary Sue writing, just fanfic Mary Sue writing all the time. I mean, it really has, like, South Park made a great joke when they did that whole bit about put a chick in it and make her lame and gay. It's like, that's pretty much it. That's the stereotype, right? And they keep doing it. It's like, they keep doing the meme. And they don't realize that it doesn't work. You mean to tell me that 5 people said that's friend material? Yes. Well, it's more fun than just talking about the games and setting, getting involved in controversies. That's true. Lucy from Fallout is such a Mary Sue. Yeah. It's also funny when you have people talking about how, like, you know, like one of the defenses for Fallout being kind of retarded was the writer, I think, one of the writers came out and said, yeah, it's like they're intentionally stupid. It's like, so you just wrote a stupid show. You know, like there's a difference between stupid people writing stupid situations that are intending to be stupid versus an intelligent person writing intelligent stupid, right? Like intelligent stupid can be very entertaining. I mean, just like Beavis and Butthead is a great example of that, right? They are absolute brain-dead morons, but it's written by someone with some intelligence so they can make it entertaining and fun. Alright. I did enjoy Fallout, but it felt really boring until the last episode. Yeah. I mean, again, just there's so much you can do with so many, like, IPs. And they just don't. And I don't understand it. I really wonder if, like, the biggest, like if we had to pin down the biggest issue with adapting something into another medium, I genuinely wonder if the biggest problem would be incompetence or ego. Right? Like which of those two things is the bigger issue, right? Because if you've got an ego, you still have, like, a chance to make something really good. Right? But if you're incompetent, then no matter what you make is going to be just bad in general. Right? So I wonder about, like, how some of these, like, creatives in Hollywood are. Like, and I use that term loosely. You know, like, these people just don't know how to take something that already exists, is already entertaining, and is already a lot of fun to sort of mess around in as, like, a world, like, to just have scenarios in, and then they just make boring, banal shit. You know, it's like Fallout, like, has a ton of things that you could play around with and have it be very entertaining. They just made it really boring and stupid. And it's like, it's like, how is it this hard? Like, I guess I keep coming back to this question, like, how is it that hard for you motherfuckers to, like, make something good? So basically the people behind Rings of Power, yeah. No, you're boring and stupid, comes to stream every week. Yeah. But yeah, just, it's a shame that we have the technology to make really incredible shit, and instead we keep making just garbage. Oh man, there's a part of me that's been tempted to watch Rings of Power and, like, talk about it. Just like, I don't have a bunch of, like, streaming services. The only one I have is, like, Prime, and the only ones I have are Prime and Crunchyroll. Like, that's it. So it's just anime and whatever Amazon happens to have. And I've been genuinely considering what would happen if I watch Rings of Power. Like, if I just die, or if, like, if I watch it, if I would just, like, burst into flames from sheer cringe, because I already know what happens, and I already know several of the sort of highlights of the memes that have been pretty funny. And it's just one of those things where I go back to them, and I go back to, like, thinking about it. It's like, should I watch this, or do I want to keep my own sanity? Always comes back to Lord of the Rings, over 20 years old now, but still holds up. Yep. I mean, just, you have to care about the thing. If you care about the thing, you'll probably be okay. I watched it and regretted it, but I'm waiting for the new season to see how much worse it gets. Yeah, I feel like everyone that's watching it is invested in it just to watch the dumpster burn. Like, I don't know many people that actually genuinely like the show. I'm gonna get Crunchyroll today. Got any recommendations for stuff to watch before I inevitably binge the original Mobile Suit Gundam and all DB series? I don't. I'm a very normie kind of guy. Just finishing One Punch Man and Chainsaw Man is on the list. Yeah. Sadly, I don't think One Punch Man is on like Crunchyroll for some reason. I don't know why I've tried looking up One Punch Man on Crunchyroll, and I can't find it on there. So I just bought like DVD copies of the show of the seasons that we have. But if you haven't seen it, Death Note's an easy pick. Death Note's pretty consistently fantastic. It's on Prime. Like, is the new stuff on Prime or is the old stuff on Prime? Leave me alone. And there we go. Ah, Dragon Ball. That used to be my shit until Super. So, that's one thing. Does Dragon Ball have an end point? Because I swear it's been going forever, and it's just like part of the reason I didn't really get into One Piece, even after watching like about 200 episodes, was that I've just like, I don't know if I can stick with this kind of investment to watch a show that goes on for 1,000 episodes. You know, like it's just like there's a point where it's just too much. Like, I've liked some of the Dragon Ball stuff, but like, is there an actual end point for Dragon Ball? Like, is there a point where where like a story ends, or does it just kind of keep going and going and going and going and going? Both seasons of One Punch Man, but it's the default Japanese. You can change to English dub, but doesn't change on-screen stuff. No, that's pretty good. I mean, I'm a dub guy. Like, I can't, like, reading subtitles takes me out of the experience. Now, granted, I will say some dubs are better than others, but it's hard for me to do the subtitles thing. I'm that guy. Sorry. It's had multiple endings, but because the fans wanted more, it's had to come up with some contrived things to force the story to continue. Oh, that's... Ooh. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It was supposed to end at the Frieza saga with Goku dying in the explosion. It was supposed to end in the Cell saga and the Boo saga. So the short version is, it was supposed to end over and over and over again. I mean, one thing that's been really weird about watching anime is the like different types of anime I've watched. Like the first anime that really hooked me, like that I was watching on my own, was Fairy Tail. That was the first anime that I found just sort of while scrolling one day, and I thought, oh, I'll give it a shot. And then, actually, this will be a good story. This will be a good. So me, 2018. I just got a better job. You know, working consistent hours. Doing pretty well. No major complaints about work. Didn't really have any, like, things to really do. So I just was scrolling through Hulu one day, and I found Fairy Tail. And so I started watching the dub of it. I proceeded to binge for the next two days straight, I think the first 2 seasons. Or something like that. Like I binged a fuck ton of Fairy Tail in one sitting just because I had nothing to do. It was a weekend, and I wanted some entertainment, and damn, did I get it. And then from there, I just kind of kept going and looking for different anime to watch. And then I eventually found Funimation, and then when Funimation was sort of like gobbled up by Crunchyroll, then I moved over to Crunchyroll. And so now here I am. That's my anime story of what led me down the path. Basically get to the end of DBZ, then you can either watch GT, Super, or Daima, which all contradict each other. It's supposed to end over and over again, and what you tend to get is the characters making absolutely stupid decisions to make a story. Oh, I hate that shit. I grew up watching DB, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Pokemon, Digimon, and Gundam. Always loved anime. Yeah, I didn't really get into anime until like later on in life. Apparently having Super Saiyan 4 the whole time in Daima. I'm the same as you that can only watch dubbed anime, yet for live action I can only watch subbed things. I don't know. I think it kind of depends on the medium in a way, right? Like there's more acting that can be done in a live action sort of setting because like good actors can emote. You know, like watching EFAP cover Squid Game was something where I was like I can like Like, even through EFAP, like, having the stuff on screen, I can, like, feel the characters emoting and, like, doing shit. I tend to watch subbed, but I'm not one of those people that act weebish or shit on dub. They had a Cartoon Network channel in UK called Toonami that showed kids anime, which is how I got into it. Yeah. They had that over here in the States, too. That's, where I'd see some, like, anime things here and there. Here's a good question, actually. Of all the anime you've watched, what's one that you liked right up until the end, and then the end kind of ruined it for you? Like, what one was good right up until the end, and then the ending, like, fucked it for you? Because, for me, I'd say, was it Soul Reaper? Loved that entire show right up until the end. The ending was such a generic shonen contrived mess. And I was like, fuck, man, I thought they were going to do something cool. And instead it's just like the power of like lack of fear or bullshit. It's like, what the fuck? It's like they were setting up a cool move and then it didn't do anything. And it's like, well, why not? Attack on Titan for me? Yeah. Well, I got spoiled for the ending, for details on the ending, and it just made me not want to watch the rest of the show. I watched like the first like 10 episodes or so, and I liked it, but having the ending spoiled for me early, I didn't like the ending. So I was like, nah. No, Sailor Moon as well, first childhood crush. I'll need to think about it. That's another good question. Like, who's your, what anime crushes do you have? That's a nice weeb conversation to have. As someone who loves his mom a lot, the fact that it's revealed Eren started the whole events of Attack on Titan killing his mom for his friends. Ugh. Damn, anime crushes? That's going to be a tough one. You don't have to pick one. Like, you can just list them. Like, I'm fine with just listing them. I think my top one would be Lucy Heartfilia from Fairy Tail. I love her character. And I think she's interesting, like, as a character. She's not just a buxom blonde. That's a nice bonus. But, you know, she's an actual character, and I like her interest in books, and I really like her character. She's got two great characters right on her chest. Also, I like her English dub actress. I think she does a fantastic job with her shit. Sailor Venus is definitely one. Got a weird thing for Terrible, Tornado, and One Punch Man. Misa and Death Note, to name a few. Those are all good picks. I knew that one was coming. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know if you guys watch E.R., like E:'R. His Death Note videos are hilarious, making fun of the Netflix one. And I love how he calls Misa Amane the perfect woman, because she's basically super dedicated to light and will do anything he wants. It's just like, i.e. the perfect woman. Like, as much as I like Misa Amane, like, as a character, I don't really think I'd, like, crush on her so much. She's more of sort of a useful idiot for light than anything else. Love ER. He's so fucking funny, man. I need to check out, like, his streams. Because I watched a lot of his videos, but I haven't watched much of his streams. It's also funny watching him on EFAP when they cover boogie shit, and he just kind of sits there and just moans in pain. It's a very funny experience. Oh, have you guys been seeing any of the news about the like the third Avatar show that's apparently coming out? I've heard that this new show is basically going to make it canon that Korra was terrible as an Avatar, which I think is kind of an acknowledgement that, yeah, Legend of Korra sucks. Love the early-ish EFAP where they covered Avatar and Korra with him. Yeah. Blair from Soul Eater would be mine. I'm a very simple man. Which one is Blair again? Is she the witch? I'm trying to remember. I don't remember the characters' names, but I remember the characters, if that makes sense. She's the cat witch with the wonderful assets to her R-Snap. Yeah. I didn't watch Korra. Media where we pick up on a newer gen character is not gonna do it for me here, ever. Parry him, you casual. No! I am not good enough for that. Yes! Haha! No parry needed, just roll, butthole. I didn't watch Avatar or that. Just missed it with my age. Only really rewatched the ones I watched as a kid and stick to more adult ones for new content. Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, one thing too is like there's a lot of good content like when you just go through the backlog of entertainment. Like I grew up watching the like 2000s Justice League and Justice League Unlimited shows, and I had never seen anything that came out prior to that in the sort of like DC animated universe. And so, after going through Batman the Animated Series, per like Nerdrotic and Heels vs. Babyface recommending it on Real BBC, my wife and I had a great time watching it. It was fucking awesome. You know, it was like a great. It was a great Batman show. Oh, Chi-Chi and DB right at the end of the original is waifu material. Didn't agree with what they did with her character in DBZ onwards. Oh, did they like set her up as like a good sort of like wife character, then they fuck it up? I grew up on the early SpongeBob episodes. I specifically remember the one where SpongeBob and Patrick were in the Olympics. I like when Plankton's setting up like the fry cook games or whatever. When the Plankton's describing the huge guy coming down the corridor. It's like, never see the awesome might of... This huge guy's carrying the real contestant, Patrick Star. Batman and Superman, the animated series, are both amazing. I own both on my Microsoft accounts. Yeah. I got DVD copies of both of them, and we need to get back to watching those shows. We've been bouncing back and forth between a bunch of different things. We need to finish. We finished Batman the Animated Series. We need to watch the animated series for Superman, and we need to watch Batman Beyond. All the female characters tend to be that way in DBZ. They just become housewives, so it makes them feel like breed mares. Isn't that what housewives are for? 18 is an exemption, as she still gets out there and fights. I just miss SpongeBob, but they have every episode on Paramount Plus, and there are times I'll stick it on for a laugh. I mean, those first, like SpongeBob from episode 1 up to the first movie, that whole run is just gold. It is gold. Like, consistently entertaining gold. Everything after that just feels like a sort of a parody of itself. I fully recommend watching the DC animated film series. Death of Superman, Reign of the Superman are a pair of amazing films. I've heard a lot of their animated stuff's good. It's a shame that they can't seem to do it in live action. We got him, Andrew Clippett. We've seen Vangelis' True Thoughts. You don't see me. You turned here against me. These enemies are some bullshit, by the way. I won't be convinced otherwise, no matter how many skill issues and get goods you throw. No, like, these enemies genuinely have serious problems, right? Just they've got all the problems of Bloodborne with, like, enemies that just fill your camera up and just are incredibly hard to, like, see what the fuck they're doing because they're so massive. Like, these enemies are seriously a problem. I also don't like their entire body being a hitbox. This is one thing. How do you guys feel about My Hero Academia? It's kind of become my favorite anime I've ever watched, and I cannot wait for Season 8. I'm hoping that it's a good ending, because I've seen a lot of animes that I've really loved from start to almost finish, and then the finish is what screws it up for me. So I really hope that My Hero Academia ends well. Since I'm in a One Punch Man mood, who's your favorite heroes in it? Well, Saitama, obviously. I really like Moomin Rider. I think he's hilarious and genuinely awesome, like, as a character. I don't know. I really like what's that dude? It's the guy that always, I think it's Blast, right? Is that his? No, that's the #1 hero. What's the guy that we see in Season 2 who is basically faking being a major hero and just gets caught with Saitama's wins a lot of the time? Is it King? Is that his name? I think that might be King, yeah. Yeah, but it's King. Yeah, I think King's really fun. I mean, it should be told there's a lot of good characters in One Punch Man that are just really... Like, there's a lot of good characters in One Punch Man. I mean, I really like Genos. I want to say I really like, and then insert basically every character we see. I gotta wonder though, like, how long is One Punch Man gonna go for, just as like a brand? Because like, it takes them forever to get seasons out, and it seems like for some reason the studios take forever to get them out for whatever reason, and it seems like they're decently, like, popular. Like, they should get enough attention to warrant, like, seasons to come out faster than, like, every, like, 5 years. It just seems strange. And I know that the author takes, like, breaks. I think some of my favorite characters are, like, the little shits that pop up here and there and then get immediately crushed by Saitama. Like the one bug dude that breaks through his wall and then just immediately gets splattered. I don't know why, but I find those characters to be very entertaining. Don't think it's doing well. Season 2 got panned for its animation, and Season 3 isn't doing well based on teasers. They got enough manga to adapt if they just don't. I don't know. I mean, I didn't have a problem with the animation of Season 2. Like, I think the big takeaway is the animation of Season 2 is not as good as Season 1, but it's not bad, right? Like, it's not bare-bones anime like you can see in some other shows, right? Like, as much as I love Fairy Tail, the early seasons of Fairy Tail have very weak sort of animation, you know, by comparison to what happened later, right? It's like, it's okay animation. It could have been better, but it was okay. Like, it's not terrible. And people, I think, blew that out of proportion. I also think they wanted more Gaoru stuff, and they didn't get it. I feel like Puri Puri is a gay character done correctly and feel the jokes land well. I mean, I think most jokes in anime land well. It seems like anime's like got a better grasp on comedy than stuff in the West at this point. They're also not afraid to make fun of shit. Do you have any waifus in Seven Deadly Sins? I have not watched that. I have not watched any of that, so... No. The answer is no.
Farewell, Ashen One.
I don't judge since the original DB and Gundam are my two favorites, and they're over 40 years old. Yeah. But I mean, like, it's one thing, like, take in the context of the time, right? You know, like, I don't expect, like, animation from, like, the 1940s to be better than animation from the 2000s, right? You know, like, you gotta take it for what it is, right? Now some shows are sort of timeless in the way that their animation works, you know? Like my wife and I really love Ouran High School Host Club. We love that show. And it's animated by the same studio that does My Hero Academia, right? And the animation is good in that show. It's very good for that show. But it doesn't have to do anything crazy with its animation like it does in like a shonen thing, like with My Hero Academia, or something that's like action heavy. You know, it's just like part of the appeal of some of these shows is that they don't have to go balls out with the animation. You know, as long as they make a good animated show, it's good, you know. The action ones are where we kind of see that kind of divide between, like, story's good, but animation could use, you know, this, and that. You don't make the original DB now. Having Goku tell Bulma nobody wants to see her dirty fanny. No, they should make it. They should make it again. I mean, they could, but it'd not be on a children's channel. I don't know. Fanny's a pretty PG word. I mean, to be fair, anime always seems to be like a rating up from what we kind of accept over here in the West. A proc. A good proc. Yes! Before crazy arrows, butthole. I think it'd be fun to replay Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. I mean, I'm going to make a commentary on them anyway, so like it may as well be good to replay them for the stream and then replay them again for that once we kind of get there. Might get some tips for when I eventually give them a go. I mean, they are very much a sort of a... They're sort of the equivalent of what Dark Souls is for RPGs. Those games are kind of like that for shooters. Like, they're a shooter where you actually have to give a shit. Like, you have to actually pay attention to what you're doing. You know, even on the lower difficulties, you still have to pay attention to what you're doing. And I think that's kind of the appeal of those games, is they're very fast, very aggressive, very intense, and you do have to pay attention. This is one of those levels where I like the level design, but I hate the enemies in it. Goodbye, Yorm. I feel like I'm the only one who talks about it, but the Storm Ruler taking all your stamina means that if he doesn't stagger, you get hit. Yeah, it's very annoying. That has happened to me so many times where he doesn't stagger and I take unavoidable damage. Fight Dancer straight after before going to Firelink? Why did you use the unfair gimmick of Angaris? Why? Because it's boring otherwise. It's boring. It's so fucking boring. Oh, we did it. Look at that. Look at that. The unbalanced nature of boss soul returns on show here. Yeah, this game's really weird about its boss soul values. You spazzy fucker. Go back to Bloodborne where you belong. Oh, that's a great attack. Do that one. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Man, that was... I've not really abused the frost proc that much, but that went very well. Man, look at that. Once we get strength to the soft cap, we're probably just going to dump it into vitality until we get the armor set, and then see if we need more vitality, because I want to be able to bounce around as like a frozen dude. I want to be an icy boy. And Garrus, are you a porn star? Because you're fucking us with expertise this stream. I don't think I am. My wife would disagree. Man, that instant proc. Such a beautiful sound. Glass shattering. That's the glass ceiling being broken in real time. Aha! Meh. No! I couldn't roll out of it. You could just say fuck it. Oh, damn, that was good. I should have done that. That is the smart version of what I was trying to do. Oh, no. No, 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 fuck you. Did he just... What is with the NPCs today? We have 2 NPCs jump off a cliff just randomly. Just need a boss death for the Trilogy of Types. Don't think Sheep was here for the breakdown of the first 2 games you gave. Oh, yeah, so... Now's probably a good time to go over it. So, I kept track of the deaths from the previous streams going through Dark Souls 1 and 2. And from Dark Souls 1, 73% of our deaths were from bosses, with a total of 8. 27% were from enemies, which is 3 deaths. Right? For Dark Souls 2, it kind of inverts, where we have 4 deaths from bosses, we have 17 deaths from enemies, and then we have 4 deaths from misadventures in Dark Souls 2. So far in this game, all of our deaths, all 4 of them, have been from, like, enemies. I'd class that last death as misadventure. I mean, the way I've sort of labeled it is, anything that deals with a boss, like an actual boss in a fog room, is a boss death. Anything that deals with an enemy counts as an enemy death. So because an enemy knocks me off a cliff there, I'm going to count that as an enemy death. No! Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy! There we go. Look, Vengaris, delayed attacks. What do you think of them? When they're fair, I think it's okay. When it happens all the time, it's boring. Bit of Chaos is going to be the hardest boss based purely on death this run. Probably. I mean, we died to it, what, like 5 times? I didn't keep track exactly how many times we died to it, or how many times I died to it, but it was definitely the most out of all these ones so far. So, probably die. Yep, he died. Damn it. Wow, that killed me too. I mean, the reason that we used to have like all the different streaming services, at least all like the big ones, you know, like Hulu and Netflix and stuff, but just we found that there's only so many hours in the day, and we watch so much YouTube that Like, we're better off just to ignore streaming services outside of the ones we watch regularly and just stick with the ones that we watch, you know, most often. Speaking of YouTube, Vangaris, did I make you a believer with my screenshots? I told you it was true. Yes, you did, and I wish I could unsee it. It's like, that just depressed me. I really love this boss fight outside of the random fuckos outside of the arena. I think they only make the fight worse. They really annoy me. Fuck you, butterflies. Fuck you. Like I said before, I'm a fair guy. Give me that 5-second skip for a 5-second ad. Leave me alone after that and we're all good. Yeah. Yeah. The problem is just YouTube's just gonna layer on the ads just because they know they can. Like, everyone's kind of used to ads on YouTube, like the average person. So they're free to just stuff it full of more ads. And I mean, it's not really that bad of a system, all things considered, right? They get their ad revenue, the content creator gets ad revenue, and the people, you know, that watch YouTube for free, right? So it's kind of a win-win for everybody. The streaming services where you end up paying for the streaming service and you still get ads is where, like, I have a lot of issues, you know. The Amazon ads really pissed me off. Missed when it was cheaper for videos, only now it's the same unless you pay more to remove ads. Yeah, we're in this weird space where we have to pay more to not see ads, even though they want you to see the ads because they make more money off of the ads showing than they do off of your subscription. Not, like, it's just fucked. It's just fucked. Yeah, it's crazy. You pay for a subscription only to get a minute of ads. It's awful. Yeah, I mean, again, this is one thing too, is streaming services are not going to be able to compete with YouTube, right? Like, YouTube is just going to be able to outclass everything because you don't have to pay for it. You know, like, certain things on YouTube you do have to pay for, you know, but in terms of just using regular videos, you don't have to pay for shit. And that's a major thing that the streaming services just cannot compete with without going free themselves, which they'll never do because, you know, they want that money. There's that new animated show coming out soon about a Muslim family in America around the time of 9/11. Doesn't look funny at all from the trailers I've seen. That's the weird thing, is when I first saw the trailer, I thought it was meant to be a parody of that idea where they're actually going to be terrorists, and that's the joke, is that they actually are terrorists just trying to blend in, but everyone else, like, is saying it's not that. So I don't know if I just missed something or if it's genuinely just supposed to be that. Because, I mean, you could make a funny show out of that, you know, where you just say fuck it and just have tons of, like, terrorist and Muslim jokes in there. But, of course, it'll be one of those things where just everyone else is the joke. The Muslim family's normal. Yeah, armor set. And I need to see how bad Snow White is. I heard it's bad and boring. And that's sort of the... Like, it's bad in a boring way. Like, it's not funny bad, from what I've heard. Ruins Walt Disney Legacy in the thumbnail for it. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, their live-action remakes have been really shit. Like, notoriously shit. They've just gotten worse and worse. Like, early on, they weren't that bad, right? Like, I watched the Beauty and the Beast remake, and there are a couple of minor things that make it lesser than the original, but it's not an outright terrible movie. And my friend watched Lion King, and he did not like some of the changes they made to it. Some of the weird shit of adding... Like, the weird shit of adding new characters and changing what characters do is kind of the thing that gets me. You know, it's like you have a movie that's done, people like it. If you just copy and paste it into live action, you're good. You're gold. There's like nothing else you have to do. But they have to, like, fill it with all this extra shit. And again, black dude here commenting, why is the actor for Snow White, who is supposed to have skin as fair as snow, not white? Oh. I just find it funny how they chose to make it fairness. It's based on fairness in terms of, like, how, like, just are you? And they happen to pick the biggest bitch on the planet. It's funny. At some point, you got to realize that a character's skin is kind of set in stone for a story. Yeah. Well, I mean, people have made memes about it, right? Like, you know, everybody's put the meme out there of Ryan Gosling as Black Panther. It's like, when are we getting that Black Panther? I'd watch it. I think it'd be funny. There's that joke that they won't ever race swap Tarzan for racism concerns, having him swing through the trees. That's a good point. Tarzan would be... That's the thing, right? They're kind of at the end of their rope for remaking shit. But, yeah, they kind of have to, like, stick with Tarzan being original or not, because otherwise it will be racist. Which is kind of... Like, they've painted themselves into a corner. I'd unironically watch something like that. I mean, I kind of would too. I feel like it'd be... Like, imagine if they just leaned into the joke of making a black man Tarzan, and they just went full racist with it. I think it'd be actually pretty funny. You know, bring the classic Disney animations back with the... Like, put CGI over his face to make him as, like, ape-like as possible. Just all in. Just all in on the racism. It'd be pretty funny.
Welcome home, speak then.
Snape in the new Harry Potter show killed any hype for it. Yeah, that was sad. That was just depressing. I'm not even that like major of a Harry Potter fan, right? Like I read the I didn't read the books, but like my mom read the books to us growing up, and we watched the movies, and it was a good old time. Afterwards, I just haven't really cared. But just them, it's like, why does Warner Brothers want to burn money? You know, it's just they're just burning money just over and over and over. Goes back to casting for diversity and not best for the role. Yeah. My ex refused to watch Tropic Thunder when I told her about Robert Downey Jr.'s character. How that then Simple Jack didn't help sell it. Yeah. Didn't Snape die heroically or something like that? Yeah. A simple answer, yeah. Pretty much. He died a good man is probably the best way to put it. I mean, the thing was, like, the whole marketing for the show was that they were doing a faithful adaptation of the books, right? Because a lot of people would like to see that, right? Like, Harry Potter's still one of the biggest book franchises in history, right? And like, the books are doing great. The movies did really well, apart from the Fantastic Beasts stuff, which are kind of, eh. You know, the theme park does incredibly well. Like, Harry Potter's a money printing machine if Warner Brothers would just make it fucking correctly. It hurts my brain with how much stupid Warner Brothers has just there. They just suck. I'm of the age where we went to buy the last few books at midnight when they came out. Yeah. I remember, yeah, my mom took my brother and I to one of those sort of like showings of like the books. And it was fun. We got to like see the countdown and hear like a reading of the first chapter of the book. That was back when hype was real for things, man. I swear, people don't care about anything anymore. Mainly because it's lame a lot of the time, but... Run away, you chicken. Dear brother, this is totally not homoerotic. Incestuously homoerotic. Ashen one, hearest thou my voice still? Fuck! I still don't get why they separated this from the final area over there. It's like, why not just have that area, like, have Firelink Shrine be over there, and then when we come out of the door, you know, remove the bonfire that's in the shrine, have the bonfire that's right there, and just have Firelink like right here. I've never understood why that doesn't happen. Oh yeah, we got him. Woo! Aha! There we go. The strange frostbite person. You will never defy the frozen crow. I still don't get why there's a door there that's only unlockable from the other side. It's like the shortcut's right there. Like, what's the point of having the door locked be locked from that side? Aha! Ooga booga. Doggo. You wanna play the stun game? We'll play the stun game, bitch! Eh. That grab would have killed you in Elden Ring? Yeah, probably. Nice. Oh, wow. Nice. You are such an annoying fuck to fight. Oh, good fight, Gale. Good fight. Gale is such a balanced fight in terms of his moveset looking cool, him dealing a good amount of damage but not too much. He's fun to look at, fun to fight, and he's not overpowered or stupid easy. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Alright. I hate it here. Yeah, you probably do, Sheep. Probably do. I don't blame you. Yeah, that's the problem. He's too balanced. He couldn't kill you, and that means he sucks. It's maths. Hey, Andrew, you came in right at the end of this. I'm glad you came, actually, because I was just about to read off some statistics that I thought were interesting. Across these runs. Alright, so here we go. So, as was mentioned in previous streams, I've collected the deaths across the 3 games and put them into 3 categories. Deaths by bosses, deaths by enemies, and deaths by misadventures. And to clearly define those is, if I die to a boss in a boss arena, that counts as a boss death. If I die to an enemy that either knocks me off a ledge or kills me outright, that counts as an enemy death. And misadventures is just like parkour stuff or just dying when enemies are not involved. So, for Dark Souls 1, we had 8 deaths to bosses, which accounts for 73% of our deaths. For enemies, we had 3 deaths, which accounts for 27% of our deaths in Dark Souls 1. For Dark Souls 2, we had 4 deaths to bosses, which makes up 16% of our deaths. We had 17 deaths to enemies, making up 68% of our deaths in Dark Souls 2. And we had another 4 deaths, which makes up another 16% of our deaths in Dark Souls 2. So, very clearly, so far, bosses killed us more often in Dark Souls 1, and enemies killed us more often in Dark Souls 2. Kind of funny when you think about it that way. But the interesting thing is, for Dark Souls 3, we had 2 deaths to bosses, which accounts for 25% of our deaths, and then the remaining 6 deaths were from enemies, which makes up 75% of the deaths to enemies for Dark Souls 3. So in total, let me make sure I do this maths right, we had 11 deaths in Dark Souls 1, we had 25 deaths in Dark Souls 2, and we had 8 deaths in Dark Souls 3. So, that's some statistics for you, just to kind of linger on and sit with. So we're pretty much going to move on now. But I hope you guys have a good rest of your weekend. Stay strong, stay faithful, stay memery, and yeah, I just hope you guys have a good weekend, and God bless.